that we had agreed upon.
South Carolina Republican Senator African American Tim Scott, along with California Democratic Congresswoman African American Karen Bass, negotiated for months on a potential deal.
Grand Rapids, Michigan police are being slapped with a lawsuit by a black man who says he and his teenage nephews were held at gunpoint during a traffic stop. Clifford Mickens says the cops actually pointed their weapons at their heads, had them handcuffed, and he says even the canines were out of control. Police are declining comment because of the pending lawsuit.
An 18-year-old Illinois teen is dead and his family is outraged. The other teen accused of stabbing him to death during a street fight in Schaumburg will not be charged with killing Manuel Portis. The prosecutor says since both boys were fighting, there will be no charges for the death because of mutual combat. The victim's father disagrees.
They're saying that it's mutual combat. How is it mutual combat when my son didn't have anything to combat with?
Good morning and welcome to the B-side. It's the doctor.
The U.S. Supreme Court is denying a request to block New York City's vaccine mandate for teachers and staff. Now, teachers must get their first dose or face suspension or possible termination. Justice Sonia Sotomayor made that ruling.
There's a push by Georgia state Republicans to put a statue of a black man in Georgia. They want to honor Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas with a statue outside the state capitol. Thomas was born in the outskirts of Savannah in Hampton, Georgia, and finally the first African-American to serve in the court. Bill Clinton Marshall would be pleased for this. After Bill Clinton teamed up with the Thurgood Marshall Comedy Fund and the Midway College Fund, pledged a life-saving act of kindness. He invited 7 HBCU students to a show to parents and various and more news stories and international, national, state, and local news affecting the Black community. Listen to the Black Information Network on the iHeartRadio app or log on to PlayinNews.com. I'm Vanessa Tyler with Mike Stevens on your home for 24/7 news, the Black Information Network.
Talk radio that makes you think. You're listening to The Talk of Chicago and the voice of the nation, 1690 WVON.
The views expressed on our programs are not necessarily those of WVON, Midway Broadcasting Corporation, or our participating sponsors.
Live from the Xfinity Studios at WVON. The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
Some experience. We've been waiting.
Hey man,
Yes, sir.
do you remember the group called Samande?
Samande?
Yeah, they were from the early '70s. It was an African. They came from. They had several. I cannot spell this.
They from DC?
No, they. Actually, to be honest with you, I got to know them because Marvin Gaye wanted me to. Marvin Gaye was from DC at the time.
Right.
And our parents knew. My parents knew as well, and he wanted me to get on the road with him. As a manager. You talking about expected life. I had a crazy life.
I'm done.
I'm telling you.
I was looking you up on YouTube and Facebook. I'm like, who is this guy? I'm like, so
You know what, man?
that's when I found that video on YouTube. So
Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, but it's so funny. I just, my mother's blind,
Mhm.
and I've always had an affinity to not. I didn't even go to my. I played 3 sports. I didn't even go to any pictures or did anything. I regret those things now. The mentality behind it.
Mhm.
As we all outgrow it. But it was this group, some mandate, and it probably in about 70. Maybe 70, 71, 72, somewhere around there. They had multiple hits, and they had an album. If I find out where it is, I know they had 2 best-selling albums. And I figured if you didn't know who they were, then
But that's just like the Montclairs, another DC group
okay. Oh,
that didn't.
well,
They had local hits that Midwest hits, but they didn't have like really big hits. It didn't really chart.
Well, I tell you the greatest one of them all, and Chuck Brown.
Yeah, the Soul Searchers. Yeah, he created that whole
go beat.
sound. Yeah.
Now, if you from the East Coast and you hear that first couple bars, okay,
that's go-go.
That's go-go. Now, a lot of people didn't know what go-go was, but it's a beat.
Right.
And anybody from DC,
they know go-go.
They would know just like that. It was something.
I was on this call with these East Coast DJs.
Okay.
Me and this other guy. We were the only Midwest DJs on there, and the guy said he was from DC, and that's all they played was go-go. But when he went to New York, he couldn't play go-go. He had to play New York stuff.
Yeah.
It's a different.
Right, and
different vibe.
And that was so unique for me because when I first came here to Chicago, I came here with 7 years old teaching. Now I've been here longer than I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But it was like I'm gonna try to find that, man. And if some mandate, all I need is the correct spelling on it, because I guarantee you.
Okay.
Once you hear it, you'll know what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, thanks like that.
All right, y'all take care.
Al Greer on 1690 WVON.
Like a lady.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the B-Sides. It's the doctor officially checking in. Good night. Good morning, Lady G, Queen Janine, and Catherine. Good morning, y'all. Woo. It's another Monday. Not a manic Monday, but a Monday. Glad to have you all aboard. Thank you so much. Don't forget to share the live video, please. And thank you. And let's get the show on the road. Okay, shall we? Yes, let's. What am I a doctor of? Musicologist. My degree is in radio and TV, and also minor in music. Treat it like, treat it like, treat it like. See, that was the day that Melvin was not on that record, but that's okay. It's still a good one. Treat Her Like a Lady on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago. Good morning and welcome to the B-Sides. It's your Dr. Al Greer officially checking in. Good morning to all my B-Siders, my M-Squatters, my third shifters, and of course, my Dusty and Soundniacs who hold me down each and every night as I flip the 45s and play the B-Sides on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago. As we kicking off with Chicago's own Earth, Wind, and Fire, and the Emotions. It's a boogie wonderland. Yep. I majored in radio and television in school, and also in music. I minored in music at where was I? Minored in music at Kennedy King. So yeah. So I guess you could say I was a doctor of music, both music and radio and television. So, yeah, pretty much so. So that is why I'm called Dr. Al Greer. I got tired of being called DJ because, I don't want to be lumped into that category with DJs. Everybody DJ so and so and DJ such and such. So looked like I was actually reaching back to get to the turntable. Well, that's the whole illusion that we're flipping the 45s and playing the B-side. So therefore, I reached back to turn the turntable on. So that was it. Yep. Guess you're a doctor too. Okay. Yeah. A friend of mine, he calls himself Dr. Ron, as a matter of fact. He calls himself Dr. Ron. And I asked him, I said, well, what's your degree? And he said, oh man, it's just my stage name. I said, oh well, that ain't my stage name. That's the real deal. So that's it. But once again, don't forget to share the live video on your pages. We appreciate and thank you in advance. Now, where's the vanity light for the broadcast? All righty. It's like every time I go into the, not that I'm going in there purposely, but, the newsroom smells so good, Robin, between you and Candace. It's like you all have the newsroom smelling really good, and I like that. I just go in there to take a sniff, not to look for anything, borrow anything, steal anything. But your room just smells so good. You all really take care of that room. The rest of the station stinks. It's it smells of farts because the boys are on this side and then the ladies are on the other side in the booth. So, but yeah, it always smells so nice in the news broadcast booth, and ours smells like farts. Old smelly men all day long. Stay out of your room. I just went in there to sniff. That's all. Not to take anything. I just want to go in there and sniff.
You want to go to war? You want to go to war? We'll take you to war, okay?
It just smells so good in there. And like I said, ours smells like old men and farts. I tell you. There we go. Is that a little issue you have, Al? What is that? The issue of what? Old men and farts? No. No, that's cool. I am an old man and I do fart, but the combination of everyone sitting in the same chair all day, every day, I will never dress up to come to work. I will never wear a suit to work every day. Trust me, and sit on these chairs. I just won't. So yeah, that's the issue. Sniffing the ladies' restroom. No, I'm not sniffing the ladies' restroom. I'm sniffing the room where they do the news. There's a different studio that we do the news. There's a different studio where they do talk. And then there's a studio where I am, which is the control room that runs everything on the station. So no, I don't go in the ladies' room and sniff anything in there. That is just, against my religion. I would never do anything like that. Plus it sounds kind of weird. So, but no, I would never do that. So, no, that's not my style. But once again, the the room that the ladies do news out of, both Candace and Robin, it always smells so nice in there. So and it does sound weird, but the combination of the two of them, they keep that room clean and disinfected. And I was looking for the selfie light, so I'm going to be a little dark tonight, but that's okay. But yeah, I was looking for the selfie light and not anything else. So I didn't sniff the chair or any weird stuff like that. So, yeah. Like, did he sniff the chair? No, I didn't sniff the chair. He is perverted, however. Yes, I am. I am perverted, but not in that manner. No. Ladies, those of you who know me, Lady G knows me very well, knows that I like women's feet. I have a foot fetish, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think women who take care of their feet, they get a pedicure twice a month. I think that is so wonderful. I really do. I'm a fan of feet. Most men like, women with big legs or whatever. But me, I'm, they can have nice legs. That's fine. I'm not a big buttocks guy, she got to have a big buttocks. That's not me either. I'd rather see you coming than going. So, yeah. So that's it. But yes, I have a straight up foot fetish and I love pretty feet, you know, and that's it. So if you ever catch me looking at your feet, I'm just admiring you and I'm not getting freaky with you. Okay. All right. What are you putting down here? Cocoa, Chanel Cocoa, Black Opium. Okay. Are you preparing for your birthday? Is that your birthday list? Oh, you all are talking about colognes. Oh, okay, cool. But yeah, my son and my oldest daughter's mom, she had she wore a size 5 or 6, and she had like little short, kind of chubby feet. She was a big girl herself, but she had the prettiest skin and she had the prettiest feet. And she used to tell people at work that that I admired her feet, which kind of made me a little nervous about going into her job because they all were looking at me like, is this the toe sucker? Yeah, okay. So that was it. So, yeah, I stopped, picking her up. Well, I didn't stop picking her up from work. I stopped going in the job to pick her up. I would wait for her to get off and then I would, jump out of the car and open the door and quickly, so they couldn't see me. Yeah. Hey, Della. Hey, my Della. But yeah, I was, you know, one of those guys that admired feet, and that's it. And she had the prettiest of them all. Her name was Nanette, and that was it. Yep. Queen Della, is tonight live or Memorex? I'm live, Patricia. I'm on right now. WVON 1690 and the iHeartRadio app. So yes, you can listen to me right now. You know, yeah. I guess people won't listen if it's a rerun. I don't know what that, I mean, I think the shows are good with or without me being live, but that's just my opinion. But and of course, this artist probably has the largest library of music, having started back in the late 50s and going all the way until today. Speaking of today, today would have been is Otis Williams' birthday. I ain't trying to kill him off yet. When when David said, "Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis," guess what? Otis is the only one left. He's the last man standing in this group, also known as the Emperors of Soul. Tonight we pay tribute to all of the Temptations right here on 1690 WVON, starting out with this one, Dream Come True on 1690 WVON. Yep. Okay, what are you guys talking about? Obviously, we're not all talking about the same thing. So, okay. We're not all thinking alike.
I guess I don't know. But hello, Della. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Janine Lee Jefferson, I will see you at 2:00 this afternoon. You know, I'll be sure to set my clock, watch, phone, all of that stuff. So yeah. So Otis' birthday is October 30th. Oh, okay. Well, you know, better early than never, right? So I'm early. Okay. Maybe I was getting Otis and Herb mixed up, I guess. But that's okay. Do you remember the men's cologne Drakkar? Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, I used to wear Drakkar all the time. I wore Drakkar, I wore gray flannel, and my favorite was Jupe. Well, it's spelled Jupe, but it's pronounced Hoop. And I love, especially who I had all of it. I had the body stuff, and I had the deodorant and everything. And I was just a big fan of Jupe or Oop or whatever they call it. But your car was one of my favorites too. My dad used to wear Aramis, and there was one more that I loved so much. Was it Fahrenheit? Was it Boss? I think it was Hugo Boss. And I forgot what the other one was. And I don't know if they still sell it or not. But it had like a, what can I say? It had like a kind of spicy smell to it. But Drakkar, oh man, I took a bath in that. Copenhagen, gray flannel, yes, all of those, you know. And it's been a while since I've, stepped up my cologne game. I'm still wearing oils and stuff. As a matter of fact, I got this oil for my birthday, and I've never been able to find it again. And the guy that gave it to me, he keeps saying, I'm going to bring you some. I'm going to bring you some. Not Old Spice. Oh, no. I never do Old Spice until I'm old to do Old Spice. But yeah. Yeah, I've never, I did Old Spice when I was a kid because I didn't know any better. My uncle Charles wore Old Spice, and so did my grandfather. They both wore Old Spice. But after I got older, it was Drakkar, it was black, it was gray flannel. Yeah, it was those kind, and I loved them. Yeah, I mean they were some of the best smelling, you know. Oh yeah, and what's the other one? High Karate and Jade East. Remember those? High Karate and Jade East. That was in the 70s. Um, yeah, of course, High Karate had a commercial where if you put on High Karate, you could kick people's ass with, once you put it on. It was like, okay. But yeah, that Old Spice, it was like everybody was wearing it. Now um, I discovered this one cologne, and I've stuck with it over the years, and you'll never believe what it is. It's Mr. K from Mary Kay. Now, Mary Kay has a selection of men's cologne, and all of it smells pretty good. And of course, you'll never find it anywhere else. You'll only find it, from Mary Kay. There's a young lady by the name of Kim Barrett, who just happens to be the daughter of Reverend T.L. Barrett. She sells Mary Kay products. So she is my Mary Kay consultant. And I got to send her some money so she can send me my cologne so I can wear my cologne this weekend. But, yep, you know, and I recognized that women like the way men smell when they, you know, when they have on some decent cologne. They pay attention to that stuff. So, which is a cool thing, you know. They pay attention to that. So, you know, once I got older, that's when I started, you know, with the colognes and stuff. Like I said, I started with JD's and hard karate. I graduated to gray flannel, hoop, Hugo Boss, Fahrenheit, Lagerfeld, and there's another one. Oh, I can't think of that stuff. It was so good, and I wore it all the time. Besides the Dracar, it was either it was orange, and I can't remember what it was, but it was, you know, it was some good stuff. And as soon as I remember what it was, that's it. But yeah, you know, I had a hobby or a habit of just, you know, bathing in it, and that was just, you know. But I wanted to, you know, I wanted to get the attention of the women, so that was it. They would smell me before I even got there. So, you know, that was my whole thing. So if they liked the way I smelled, you know, once I opened my mouth and, you know, they heard my voice, then, you know, it kind of helped. So, yeah. But yeah, a little goes a long way. I mean, you can have cologne for days, you know, if you just use a little bit of it, depending on how strong it is. So if it's too strong, you might want to do a couple of dabs, fellas. You may not want to, you know, like you say, take a bath in it. So, but what is that? Fahrenheit, Lagerfeld, Copenhagen. There is, I can't think of it. When I do, I'm going to get it. The other one was Sung, Sung, Sung. I love that too. I need to find a place that sells all of those. Um, you know, the Juke, the Halston Z14. You know, if you all know of a place, let me know, and I'll go and try to find some of the ones that I used to wear, especially the Dracar and the one that I can't think of, which is I think is Lagerfeld or whatever it is. Uh, Pulse Points. Okay. You know, there is absolutely not enough time in this show to play all of the Temptation songs that, you know, they put out. So if you have some favorites, you know, call me 591-1690 if you want to hear those favorite songs of yours. We're going to try to play both the A sides and the B sides tonight here on the Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON. It's your Dr. Al Greer. Hello to Janine Lee Jefferson. Also to Della. Thanks for checking in on Facebook. Sheila Forrest, Catherine Laverne Flowers, and Lady G. Here's the big bad maestro Barry White on 1690 WVON. Flea Market in Markham. Okay, cool. Online outlets still have. There was this place called Perfume Mania, and they were in Evergreen Plaza, and they sold all the stuff that we just mentioned. And because I, you know, practically lived in the plaza, you know, back when I was single. Gee, I wish they were there now. But anyway, I used to, you know, I did my thing in the plaza. But if I could find a place, you know, online is okay. You just have to wait for them. But I like going to the different places and trying them out. You know, it's like, okay, that's good. Okay, that's, you know, that kind of thing. But I just I would rather go to these different places. Um, the Plaza was definitely the spot back in the day. Um, I mean, like I said, I used to hang out at the Plaza. The Plaza was the place to be. Now it's pretty much River Oaks. But the place back in the day to hang out, it was Evergreen Plaza, and I loved it. I loved it very much. So much that I worked at two different jobs at Evergreen Plaza. You know, and it's probably why I hang out at River Oaks, because I just love the atmosphere of the mall. That's just me. Yep, that was just my that was my hangout back in the day. We could stay at the plaza. Either either I was working at the plaza or just hanging out, and that was just the place to be. It was a beautiful mall. I hate that they tore down Evergreen Plaza. It was just cool. Ford City, don't get me wrong, Ford City was cool, is cool too. But I had a certain affinity to Evergreen Plaza. It was one of the first places that I went to that was far away on the bus. My mother, didn't like me traveling, so you know, we would all we would all travel together. We would all, if we were going to the plaza, we all went together. We take 79th Street to the red line to 95th, and the bus from 95th to the plaza, and that was it. But yep, they tore it down. But then we started hanging out at Ford City. Ford City wasn't quite the same as Evergreen. I don't know. I don't know if it was the atmosphere or what, but I loved hanging out at Evergreen Plaza, and I hated that they tore it down. There was, I mean, whatever you were looking for was at Evergreen Plaza. They even had a theater over there that you could go to. Excuse me for yawning, by the way. But that was the place to hang out at. Yeah, Ford City was more high end, but Evergreen was just right there in the hood, basically. So I loved it. I really did. I loved it. Um, it was just too bad that they tore it down. The last time I was actually over there, why did they tear it down? That's a good question. I guess they thought that nobody was going there anymore, and then they tore it down and then they built it back up, but they made separate stores. They tore it down all the way to Planet Fitness, of all places. They left Planet Fitness alone. So yeah, because Planet Fitness was the last to move in, and they were the first to stay. They tore down Carson's and everything. I'm like, dang. But that was the place to hang out. I mean, if you wanted to meet a girl, all you had to do was go to the plaza. And I hate that they let it go down like that, because, like I said, there was a perfume mania in there that I used to frequent. I worked at Genghis Formal Wear. That's how I learned how to look at a person and tell what size suit they wear. It's like, oh, you're 52, right? Yeah, how'd you know? I could tell at a glance. And I think that's another reason why I hang out at River Oaks, because River Oaks has Big Time. And you know, my sister and Della, who's on here now, they work at Big Time. And every now and then I go in there and end up selling clothes. You know, sir, ma'am, can I help you? Well, you know, my husband is looking for some shoes. Okay, so you know, and that's it. But that's where I met my sister Robin. Of course, she's not my blood sister, but we say brother, sister, whatever. And that's where I met Robin. And I walked into Big Time in Evergreen Plaza, and she was like, "You look familiar." I'm like, "Do I?" Okay. No, that's just it. My brother actually introduced me to Robin because he was working at Big Time in Evergreen Plaza. So that was it. Yes, I was a haberdasherer. But yeah, the plaza was, you're right, Pat. The plaza was just the best. It was just the best to hang out. And like I said, the last time I hung out was when they had just opened Planet Fitness. And of course they had, you know, they had a Walgreens in there and everything. It was just, you know, it was just cool, you know, to hang out in. And but I just love hanging out at River Oaks. You know, it reminds me of you know, um, I guess it's bigger than Evergreen Plaza, but it's just you know, you miss Three Sisters. I miss um, of all places, Ashley Stewart Woman. And of course, for obvious reasons, you all know why, because, you know, I like big girls. So who else, you know, where else to hang out at than Ashley Stewart Woman? As a matter of fact, not this week, but next week, we're doing a remote at Ashley Stewart Woman. And I can't wait. I'm going to be like a kid in a candy store, you know, like a fat kid in a cake factory. I can't wait. But yeah, I missed, you know, going to the show. We would, you know, hang out at the plaza all day. We'd go see a show. It would be like a whole day, you know. But yeah, I didn't know you were a big girl lover. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Ashley Stewart. Oh, please. If I could get a job there, I swear I would work there. I would be in the dressing room with them. I swear I would. You know, I just put on the whole gay act. Yeah, girl, you need to get this broad. This will hold them suckers up. Oh, thank you, Mr. Leroy. You're welcome, girl. I'd be in there in the damn dressing room with him. I swear I would. Yeah. Carrie said, "You're so right. The plaza was the spot. I got my prom tux at Genghis." Yep, and 9 times out of 10, you probably got it from me because I was there back then. But yeah, they had Ashley Stewart, and what was the other one? They had Ashley Stewart and Lane Bryant. Yep, but yep, I would be in charge of the fitting room. It's one on 79th and no, it's on 87th and Cottage, right around the corner from the Walgreens. So yeah, yep. Into my dreams, in my dreams. baby. Ashley moved from there. Yeah. Oh, they're not on 87th anymore because I know it was a Ashley Stewart and right next to it was Elaine Bryant. So, of course, I would stand in the middle of both stores. You know, I think the older ladies would go to Lane Bryant until Lane Bryant got kind of hip with their clothes. But Ashley Stewart used to be the, you know, and it still is the place to go get your how can I say it, your full figured clothing. And that was it. But yeah, that was the place to hang out. Both of them are gone. Golly. Pat said 63rd and Halstead was popping back in the day too. Yeah, 63rd and Halstead. Everything up and down 63rd and Halstead. I remember getting shoes there, suits. You know, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's where my 8th grade graduation suit came from, off of 63rd and Halstead. There was a Sears over there. I mean, it was just jumping back then. Now all that's left is Kennedy King, and I think there's a Rainbow over there, but that's it. But you know, 63rd and Halstead used to be jumping back in the day, from 63rd on back to 64th. That used to be jumping, man. You know, that was the place to be. You know, I saw. I remember being over there, and then if you go in the bank, which is over there, which is U.S. Bank now, you know, they have pictures on the wall of, you know, when 63rd was just jumping, just booming. I would like to come to the city to go to Simply Fashion for plus size. Okay. We were talking about that today. Like, going to the city. You want to go? I want to go to the big city. I'm like, what big city? Oh, Chicago? Okay. Same song, different artist. The artist, of course, who wrote the song, and the remake by Tomiko. That's her name. And that's Creepin'. Same song, different artist. Here on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago with your Dr. Al Greer. Flipping the 45s and playing the B-side. Tonight's special featured artist, The Temptations. Get your Temptations requests in at 591-1690. Here are the 3 degrees. I bought my first designer Coach bag on 63rd and Halstead. I worked at Hillman's in the basement. Woo! That is, yeah. That's what's up. That is, yep. There was a place where I used to get my shoes from. I cannot remember the name of the place. But that's how I found out that my foot had grown. I went from wearing a size 8 to a 9 to a 10 and a half, and then finally an 11. And I still get my shoes on 63rd Street. There's a place on 63rd right off of, I want to say, Cottage Grove, across from Daly's. Of course, Daly's moved across the street, so they're across the street from Daly's. And there's a place over there that, and they're called Regal Shoes. And I bought a pair of boots and a pair of shoes there. And I'm going back to get some more boots because they've come out with the fall line of boots. And the boots that I want are at Big Time, but they don't have them in my size. And I can't wait to get them. They're suede boots. So I'm trying to, I'm trying to hold out because, that's my sister's store and everything else, and let her go ahead and order them. But, I want those boots. They're suede and they look really nice. Really nice. So, back then for me, it was like boots, suede boots. I had suede shoes, suede boots, that, was like, yeah, it, boots were different because everybody wore, dress shoes and they look out of place. But I loved wearing boots because they were different. Yeah, the boots were totally different than all the shoes. So yeah, because I hate to say this. What color what color are those boots in the store, Della? Those are black, aren't they? Yeah. But Robin didn't have my size, so I was like, I want these boots, but of course, they're on. I think they're on back order or something like that. But I gotta have those black ones, those black suede boots. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Those are some. Those are some sharp boots. I swear. I wish they had my size, and I hate to get them anywhere else because I'm, as the spokesperson for Big Time, trying to get everything at the same place. WVON. Okay. Dream World Wings of Love. Okay. I'll see if I can find that for you. Hmm. Okay. Let me look for it. Thanks for calling. Bye bye. Uh, hey, Cynthia Fortenberry. I like the blue and the brown boots. You asked about those. Yeah. Those are the ones. Yeah, the blue and the black ones, Let's see. Wings of Love. What is she talking about? Temptations. Wings of Love. Hmm. Do they still have a jukebox in any of the clubs and restaurants in the Chi? Yeah, they have jukeboxes, but the jukeboxes are play CDs. Yep, they play. Yeah, they pretty much play CDs, and it's not the jukeboxes that we grew up with. It's not the old Wurlitzers. I mean, they're made by the same company, but you know, because I remember um, one of our next door neighbors, they had a real jukebox in their crib. WVON. I'm fine. How are you, Miss Brown? Well, thank you. I guess just being me. Nothing special, just me. Yep. Low man on the totem pole. No, I said low man on the totem pole. Yeah. Nah. Okay, if you say so. That's why I'm on at night. Shoot, they won't put me on to save the ratings. They won't even put me on. Nah, they ain't gonna put me on. Mm-mm. Yep, all the time. Nah, they ain't gonna do that. Too much like right.
My boss said I didn't have no listeners. I'm like, oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Hmm. I guess so. You just fill in time overnight. That's about it. No, I love it because ain't nobody here. I don't care. Yep, that's how I've lasted because ain't nobody here to breathe on me. That's it. Hold on for a second. Hold on. TOP, Tower of Power, and you're still a young man on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. With your Dr. Al Greer. Of course, we're flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides. Hello to Lady G, Sheila Forrest, Sheila Fortenberry Moore, and Della. Thank you for listening and for watching me on Facebook right now. Pat Westbrook, hope to see you real soon. Tonight, we are playing the music of the Temptations, but we're also celebrating the life, the legacy of the great Herbert Rogers Kent, whose birthday would have been today. Happy heavenly birthday, Godfather, from all of us here on the B-sides. Trying to make you proud, trying to make you proud. Here are the Olympic runners and the Cool Gents on 1690 WVO and with your Dr. Al Greer. Hello to Miss Brown, too. I'm back. Yeah, today would have been his birthday on the 5th. Yeah, yeah. Yep, I miss him. That was yep, my radio godfather. Tell me about it. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, it's okay. Once again, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. Last person, they just left, and the other person's on the other side of the building, so it's just me here by myself. So I ain't got to worry about nobody breathing or coughing on me. When they come in the morning, I'm in a separate room. They go past me, and then I go straight out the door. I don't even say good morning. I just wave and keep going. Once they're all in that other side of the room, yeah, and I'm gone. Yep, and I already have my mask on, headed for the door. Hmm. Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I hear you. Yep, that's it. Always. It's the only way I can make money. Nope, haven't been to a club. I just go to banquet rooms and that's it. Banquet rooms and party outside parties. That's about it. Yeah. Oh, aren't you? You weren't listening on the radio? Oh, okay. I'm like, you want to hear my voice? I'm like, oh, okay. That's me. Yep. 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 I'm the last man standing, like Marshall Thompson. Yep. That's what I'm doing too. Yeah. Hmm. I hear you. I love you too. Okay. Hmm. Yep. It's almost 60 years of Temptations. Yeah. Holly Woodson. Okay. All right. Okay. I will all the time. Love you too. Bye bye. You tracing the call or something?
The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
It's mine. Do, 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 do.
I tell you, it's mine. Do, 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 do.
I'll share it with you.
WVON.
Kids and Her Radio.
Hey guys, it's your girl Samantha Thomas, and you're listening to my brother Al Greer. He's flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on 1690 WVON.
Do they wipe down the equipment, or do you have to? The person before, before me usually wipes down the equipment. So, and they were doing it real tough. When the whole pandemic started, they were on it. When I say they were on it, it was like, we had the wipes in the studio and everything. Ask me where they are now. I couldn't even tell you. So, it used to be cans of Lysol around here and everything. They just slacked on it. The only thing we have now are paper towels, and we still have hand sanitizer. As a matter of fact, we have a whole big jar of hand sanitizer that the program director made out of some kind of gel and alcohol. So, yeah. So that's about it. But yeah, they still wipe down the equipment pretty well. And I really think the people got kind of lax in doing that, and they kind of stopped doing it for a while. So I just try not to touch my face when I'm up in here. So that's it. I try to, yeah, all that stuff. So yeah. What is that song? Boom, 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 masterpiece. Yeah. But yeah, every now and then, somebody will, you know. Plus, we have a cleaning lady who comes in and she basically wipes everything down. You know, uh, sanitizes, disinfects everything. So yeah. So we're good to go up in here. At least I think we are. Let me get some more water. That's the great thing about coming here. I get free water. All right, I'm back. Brenda Brown Long. Yo, baby. Really? No, baby. Love her. Really? Yo, baby. Do you love her? Love her. Oh, baby. Do you love her? Do you? Really? Yo, baby. Yo, baby. Tonight, of course, we're flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on the Temptations. That is, Do You Love Your Baby? It's your Dr. Al Greer flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on 1690 WVON. They're one of the few groups that made the transition from Detroit to LA. A lot of people didn't make it. Marvin Gaye was one of them. Of course, Smokey and the Miracles, they went to the Los Angeles studio. Of course, they took the Jackson 5 with them and they added the Commodores, Tina Marie, DeBarge, Switch, and Rick James. But before that, yeah, they were still Motown on, what was it, 2648 West Grand Street. I could be wrong, but I very seldom am. It's your Dr. Al Greer, a doctor of musicology. Tonight, we flip the 45s and play the B-sides on the temps. It's a challenge to staying alive. Us in the ghetto. Brenda Brown Long, Juicy B. Yeah. But yes, Catherine, they they wipe down the equipment the best they can, I tell you. You know, the best that they can. Mortimer, Randolph. Mortimer.
I'm still not talking to you.
Mortimer, we're back.
Mortimer, we're back.
Yeah. It's amazing to me how long you've been doing this. By the way, Eddie Kendrick is my children's family. Okay. Yeah, I'm watching the original Coming to America on Bounce TV. And I just saw the scene where, Mortimer and Randolph, the Duke brothers, how they did everybody in and got did in by themselves. And then, it was like a throwback to them. Mortimer, we're back. Yeah. I love that part. I love the part where in Trading Places, Dan Aykroyd grabs and says, "It was you." And Eddie's like, "It was the Dukes. It was the Dukes." Oh boy. I loved all those movies. And of course, my favorite part of the movie, when Jamie Lee Curtis takes off that dress. Oh my God. When Jamie Lee Curtis takes off that dress in Trading Places, oh my God. I remember it was hard to stop it when it was on a VHS, but when they came out with it on DVD, man, I just held it there. I was like, Jamie Lee, oh my God. And she showed them and then she like covered up. It's like, but slowly. I was like, oh no. That was like Halle Berry and Swordfish. They paid her extra money to show them jokers. I'm like, dang, how do you get paid extra just to show your breasts in the movie? That's just, okay, well, that's Halle Berry. You're going to have to give me another $500,000 just to show these jokers. I was like, oh, girl. And it was so fast, they just flashed them. So you'll never see her online, except from that movie, That would be my favorite part. I can't help it, you know. You know, feet and breasts. I know, right? Feet and breastises. Mm-mm. Oh yes, oh yes. Feet and the boobies. I'd like to know where that light is. The selfie light. Or I guess I'm gonna have to break down and go to Walmart and get my own, right? And bring that joker to work. Yep. In the raw. In the raw dindy. In the raw. Well, I guess everybody's going to sleep now. Check out rulala.com. Rulala.com. What is that? Is that like a foot fetish? Excuse me. A foot fetish page? Mm-mm. In the raw. Anyway. Yeah, for the selfie mirror. Oh, rulala.com. Hold on, let me look that up while before I forget. Rulala.com. Yeah, I'm gonna put that on my phone. Wait a minute, I didn't want to log on to that. Yeah. Rulala.com. Oh, okay, got it. It was on Wendy. Oh, okay, for $20. Oh, okay. I better look up because last time I looked down, someone called the police on me. They thought I was slumped over in the truck. I was actually on a flat, same tire, of course, and waiting for a tow truck to come, to tow me to the place so I can get another tire. Well, I was, I had my head down and was on the phone, looking, through the internet. And the police pull up next to me. I'm like, yes, can I help you? They said there's been a report of a man dead in a truck. I said, well, as you can see, I'm very much alive. And that was it. But I didn't know if they were going to take me to jail or what, because they thought I was intoxicated. Nope, I was just waiting for the tow truck and just trying to, I was basically just trying to, biding my time until the tow truck got there. Yep. So I had my head down and had my phone in my hand. And that's when they rolled up on me. I'm like, yes. Someone called and said there was a man dead in a truck. I said, well, I'm very much alive and I'm a man and I'm in a truck waiting for a tow truck. And that was it. Yep. The way you do the things you do. Jackie and Tut. And of course, my idol, my inspiration, Mr. Herb Kent, writing on 1690 WVON. Tonight we flip the 45s on the temps. Beauty's on the skin deep. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Ooh. But what I like about you is your tenderness. Oh, beauty's on the skin deep. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Brenda Brown Long. Beauty's on the skin deep.
I'm gonna let you boys stay in my apartment, and I'll move up here. Does your apartment look for it? Yeah, it's a real hellhole. You'll love it. Here are the keys. It's apartment 1A. Downstairs, first floor. Thank you. You are too kind. Sammy, move our things. I have a date with Lisa. Isn't that wonderful?
Not for long. Beauty's on the skin deep, but ugliness is to the bone. I have to remember how short these songs are. You know the girl's all right. Look at Garcelle. Of course, Garcelle is on The Real now. What is this, velvet? You know the girl's all right. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, Garcelle is watching Coming to America on Bounce TV. Of course, the edited version. Of course, they edit out all the curse words. I'm holding you so tight. Woo, woo. That you wanted to, but I can tell. Good looks was the meaning. Used to get Garcelle and Gabrielle confused. Yeah, Garcelle and Gabrielle. Yeah, Gabrielle Union and Garcelle Bouvet. Yeah, that one. She was in the Jamie Foxx show. Whoa. The way you do the things you do. The way you do the things you do. You know, I always said if Melvin ever left the Temptations, that I would take his place. Of course, that didn't even closely work out. I tell you, yeah, I was too young, I guess. But you should see these Temptations now. They're younger than me. They weren't even born when those hits came out. Tonight we flip the 45s and play the B-sides on the Temptations by request Dream World, Wings of Love. Yep, but both pretty ladies, Garcelle and Gabrielle. Yep, especially that movie "Deliver Us from Eva." That was a good movie. That was a tearjerker, especially towards the end. Towards the end, when LL went and followed her to Chicago and gave her the horse. And, ma'am, is this your horse? Yes, and the man too. I thought that was just so cool. But y'all know me. I'm just a hopeless romantic, right? Yeah, just a hopeless romantic. Yep. 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 Ooh, Lord, help me. Two very pretty ladies. Pretty ladies. Mm-mm. Catherine said, I'm back. I had to listen to the station. Well, thank you. Glad you like it. Or, well, you didn't say if you liked it or not. So, okay. Look at Gabrielle in the back. Mad Sinclair. Rest in peace. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Catherine. When I say he's got his own money, he's got his own money. Mm-mm. Well, Catherine, I'm glad you like our little station here that has been on the air as long as I've been in the world. Yep. 63 is when VON started. Sheila said, I'm back for a little bit more. Then I'm turning in. I heard that. I heard that, girl. But thanks for hanging out as always. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, just grab a water. Okay. This is my cup from this morning, from early. Well, not this morning, but early this afternoon, which was full of iced coffee. And Lady G, I know what you're about to say. When I say this, I found out why I had the trots. It was the flavoring that they were putting in the coffee. You know, I usually get the hazelnut swirl. Well, the hazelnut was making me swirl. So I just got the iced coffee with cream and sugar. Well, not sugar, but 6 equal. So that's it. Don't forget those tips I gave you. Okay. Yep. Sugar free. Yep. But I had to stop getting the flavoring in the iced coffee. I'm like, oh, it wasn't bothering me before, but it was like, okay, I eliminated the hash browns. It wasn't the hash browns. It was the flavoring that they put in the coffee, the syrup. And the syrup was making me, making me go. So it was like a process of elimination. So it's not the coffee, it's the flavoring. It's the hazelnut swirl that they put in there. And that was it. Because they were putting something different in there. It wasn't the hazelnut swirl before. It was just the plain hazelnut flavoring. But the swirl stuff has got something in it that's making me go poopy. So I had to eliminate that. So I'm back to just the iced coffee with the hash brown. So, yep, I found the culprit finally. Yep, I was like, oh no, I can't not have coffee. I gotta have coffee. So, yeah. So yeah, that was it. So yeah, that was the culprit. The hazelnut swirl was making me swirl. Yeah. But now I feel a lot better because when I go work out, I can stay on the treadmill longer than 15 minutes now without having to run, to the locker room. So I'm good to go now. Yep, I'm good to go now. Or good not to go. Yeah. Woo. Mm-mm. When do you go to the gym and how often? I go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I usually go around 12 o'clock, and that's every day. Um, if I'm off Saturday and don't have a gig to do, then I'll go on Saturday. So, yeah. But of course, I won't be there this Saturday because I'll be at Pearl's place. Yep, I'll be at Pearl's place from 9 until noon. Pearl's place, of course, on 39th in Michigan. Yep. No, but not just the treadmill. I get on. They have this thing here. I don't know what it's called, but I get on that thing there, and then push down for the triceps. And then the this machine for my abs. So my abdomen. So yeah, trying to get back up there. I've lost the weight. Now I just need to tone up so that I don't look like Star Jones. Oh, did I say that? And you know how much I love Star Jones. But when she lost that weight, she just had a big old head, like Oprah, just a big old head. When you're that big for that long, you stay big, lose the weight slowly, or you get a big head. Yep. Said your kids are your gym. Okay. Okay. But yeah, Cynthia, are you in town? Because you can, I can always take a guest with me if you want to go, work out. But I work out in Lansing. But I can meet you on 83rd Street because I can use any one of them as long as I just, pull out my phone. 'Cause I got the app on my phone. Brian Furious Frazier, what's going on, sir? I am here, and I am Greer. Same song, different artist. The Temptations, Get Ready, and of course, Smokey's souped up disco version, which was the flip side of a 12-inch. On the other side of the 12-inch was the song Cruisin'. Tonight we flip the 45s and play the B-sides on the Temptations, and of course, that's same song, different artist. Here, of course, is the one and only Maestro, Big Band Barry White, and Your Sweetness is My Weakness, baby. It's your Dr. Al Greer flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on 1690 WVON. Mm-mm. You're in Georgia, but you'll be there in a few days or Christmas. Well, which one is it? A few days or Christmas? Or a few days for around Christmas? I forbid you to go. Oh, Jeffrey, put a sock in it. Mm-mm. That's a shame. I can watch a movie with the sound down and know what they're saying. Oh, Jeffrey, put a sock in it. Joffrey. Mm-mm. Oh, looking like Christmas. Okay. Well, when you get here, we can go work out. No problem. I'll come get you. You come get me. We both work out together. Yeah. Love the sight to see. Yep. We can work out together, girl. Get fine together. Or finer, whichever one. Is my weakness. Yeah. Ooh, excuse me. Pardon me, excuse me. Maybe I didn't get enough nap this afternoon. Yep, not enough nap. The gym is one of my amenities where I need your motivation. Oh, no problem. That is not a problem at all. And that's, besides being here, it's the only time where I'm feeling good about myself, that I'm doing something, to prolong my life, besides love. Love prolongs my life. But obviously that ain't gonna happen. So yeah. Sign the papers. I will. So, but yeah, I have a ball at the gym. You know, it's like nobody knows me there. Nobody talks to me. That whole thing. I'm like, okay, don't bother the celebrity. Anyway, they don't know what I am or what I'm not. So they just don't have nothing to say to me. They got a big sign. We're not here to kiss your butt, but to kick it if needed. I'm like, okay. So yeah, they don't say nothing to me. Yep, not a word. They hardly speak there. I go to the one in Lansing. They hardly speak to me. I don't know if it's, and I always say this, I'm like, welcome to Atlanta. Because, in Atlanta, they have a lot of homosexual men. So I guess, you know, they just totally ignore me. I know, right, Lady G? So I don't even worry about it anymore. I go in there, I work out. If they speak to me, fine. If they don't, that's cool too. The only person I've actually talked to in the gym is my first wife. I'm like, okay. She's like, are you following me? I'm like, no, not really. So her and I will probably, probably reconnect. So hey, Stranger things have happened. Oh, you're getting sleepy. Oh, okay. You must have took your medication. Uh-huh. Sweetness. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. You say I'm funny, funny. Okay. Don't go to sleep on me, Lady G. Stay with me. Stay with me. I love this part when they're on the subway. If you're a prince, I'll marry you. And he gives her the earrings. I'm like, dang. This is close to the end too. I love it. I'm gonna cry. He's a funny guy. Don't start, Lady G. She takes off the earrings and throws them at him. Mm-mm. Oh, they cut it off before. Oh, she got to her line. Oh, I'm just using all their lotion. Mm. That's when they used to draw Eddie Murphy's eyebrows on. Yep, those are some nice earrings too. I denounce my throne.
Shouldn't, but I. Just tell me you didn't love me when you thought I was a gold herder, and I will never bother you again.
It's just one more guy, but you're different.
Ah!
You're royalty, for God's sake.
You want me to renounce my throne? I will. From this moment on, I renounce my throne. I am no longer the prince of Zamunda. I renounce my throne.
Ah!
Does this make you happy?
You let you do that.
I do not care about my crown. All I care about is you.
Oh.
Marry me, Miss.
Yeah, his eyebrows are real thin. If you look back at him when he was on Saturday Night Live, he had like little faint eyebrows. But then when he started acting, they had to kind of draw him in a little bit. So yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't. Bye, King.
Bye, King.
If you're really a prince, I'll marry you.
Oh, and he gives her the earring. And she goes to the pawn shop with him. Yeah. But yeah, his eyebrows are kind of, so I think later on he got them tattooed in or something like that. Yeah. But yeah, if you look at the advertisements for Boomerang, they really look bushy. you know, his mustache is drawn in, the whole thing. So yeah. The only thing they didn't change about Eddie was his mouth, his teeth. He never got his teeth fixed. You know, he had a gap or gaps like me, and that was it. He just, you know, didn't think it was necessary. Yep. So yeah, he in all of his movies he wore very heavy makeup. You know, but like I said, if you look at older pictures of Eddie, he didn't have no eyebrows. Poor Eddie, he had no eyebrows. Eddie Murphy. Yeah. Yeah, because right now I'm looking at an older picture of Eddie, and you know his eyebrows are kind of faint. You know, but they drew him in because yeah, that's why his brows always look snatched in Harlem Nights. Yeah, and in the original movie of Coming to America, um, Arsenio wore eye makeup and shaved his mustache so he wouldn't look as good as Eddie. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And of course, Arsenio shaved it off again to reprise his role as Semi in Coming to America. I love this part because Arsenio knows what's about to happen when he pulls the veil up and sees Lisa. Here comes John Amos. Your Majesty, we haven't gotten to that part yet. Your Highness.
We have not come to that part yet.
Your Highness. That was a great movie, and I'm glad they waited as long as they did to do the movie again because they did it right. They did it right, and it was so regal. I can't wait to see it again. I saw it when it first came out. I renewed my Netflix subscription or Amazon or whatever it was.
The talk of Chicago is 1690 AM, WVON Berwyn, Chicago's The Black Information Network.
Yep. I mean, if you look back at that movie and see how many actors who were they were like on the cusp of making it. You know, Louis was a stand-up comedian. Of course, Arsenio had his own late night talk show. Garcelle Bouvier had not been in not Martin yet, but she hadn't been in the Jamie Foxx show yet. You know, so on and so forth. Eric LaSalle, who played Daryl, you know, with the Drip Drip family, the Soul Glow family, he went on to become a famous director, and he directs all the Chicago Fire, Chicago Med, you know, Chicago PD. He does those, and didn't want to play Daryl again. He was like, pfft, you know, that wasn't quite my cup of tea, but it propelled him to stardom, and he went on to, you know, star in all those NBC shows. But he found his niche, and that was, Eric LaSalle, the director. So I was like, okay, cool. He said he won't be back. Like, poor Daryl. He got dumped in the first movie, so he didn't want to come back. Yeah, he was on ER. Of course, his love interest was Lisa Nicole Carson. My baby. My baby. I love me some Lisa Nicole Carson. She was in Ally McBeal at the same time as she was in ER. That was my baby. She was in Jason's Lyric.
To sit on the hype.
That was my baby.
Would be pleased with this. Comedian and host Nick Cannon is teaming up with the Thurgood Marshall College Fund and the United Negro College Fund, pledged a life-saving act of kindness. He invited 7 HBCU students to a show.
I said, yeah, we know.
And then the stunner, once they graduate, he will pay off their college debt. A surprise and a relief.
For more on these stories and international, national, state, and local news affecting the Black community, listen to the Black Information Network on the iHeartRadio app or log on to BINnews.com. I'm Jaleesa Chapman, along with Ray Harris, on your home for 24/7 News, the Black Information Network.
Talk radio that makes you think. You're listening to The Talk of Chicago and the voice of the nation, 1690 WVON. She's funny. She's witty. She's opinionated.
You know, this is really interesting. There are a whole bunch of wackadoos out here as far as I'm concerned. Just get the damn vaccine and be done with it. You're going to be fine. I was just reading about a gentleman who, within 2 weeks, he had 6 family members die of COVID-19 because they were scared of the vaccine. Does this make any sense to anybody? You're scared of the vaccine, but 6 of you die. It just doesn't make sense to me.
She's very small. Weekdays at 9 a.m. on The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON. Live from the Xfinity Studios at WVON.
Yeah, it is time for her to do an unsung.
Chicago, 1690 WVON.
WVON, another hour. I'm so proud.
This is MC Light, and you're listening to the B-Sides with Al Greer on 1690 WVON.
Yep, you haven't seen her. She was, as a matter of fact, she was locked up for a while in a mental institution in Bellevue in New York. You know, I guess the success went to her head and she couldn't deal with it, with her fine self. Whew. Mm-mm. Yep, but Lisa Nicole Carson, there are a couple of other actresses that you haven't seen recently because, you know, they kind of stepped down from doing it. You know, like I said, once they got famous and everything, then you didn't see them anymore. You know, Nia Long and all the rest of them, you know, they kept acting. But Lisa Nicole Carson, you know, she just dropped out. She just dropped out of sight. You know, she was a great actress, you know. She had great stage presence, especially in Love Jones. I loved her in Love Jones. Loved her better in Jason's lyric, you know. Yeah, I loved her in Jason's lyric. Especially that scene with her and Eddie Griffin. And of course, her love interest in there was Tretch from Naughty by Nature. And his character's name was Alonzo. So I didn't mind. You know, I didn't mind them doing it on the side of the house, but it looked too real. You know, it looks like they yelled action, and she gave them action because it looked like she was throwing it at Tretch for real. I'm like, oh, that wasn't in the script. Yeah, but yeah, the Hollywood weird pressure, you know, can mess you up. It really can. You know, it really, you know, everybody can't handle fame. You know, they just can't. You know. Yep. Was I a tad jealous? Maybe. Oh, hell yeah. I was like, that scene looked too real. Them doing it on the side of the house. And she asked Alonzo, did he have a condom? He was, yeah, they was acting their butts off on that one. I didn't like it. Didn't like it at all. No. Yeah, I was more than jealous. I was like, I don't want to watch that scene. And when it comes on TV, they edit it out. I'm like, good. I don't have to watch that. You know. But when Bokeem Woodbine shoots Jada, I said, ouch. I was like, you know, man, I did this for us, man. Man, I did this for us. I'm like, oh no, he didn't shoot her, you know. And then he committed suicide. He's like, you know, I'm like, yeah, you shot your brother's girlfriend, and you expecting him to take sides because shot little Jada and it probably went through her because she's so little. But Lisa Nicole and both Jason's lyric and Love Jones, oh my God. Oh, oh, oh. Mhm. Yeah, that one too. Devil in the Blue Dress, yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Written by the Commodores, that is Happy People from the Temptations on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. Dr. Al Greer flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides tonight on the Temptations. Like I said, there's not enough time to play all the Temptation songs ever made, but I'm going to do my best tonight here on the B-sides. It's your Dr. Al Greer. Our number here, 773-591-1690. Hear the Temps one more time with Plastic Man, trying to get over any way he can. As we flip the 45s and play the B-sides, it's your Dr. Al Greer on 1690 WVON. She and Sam Jackson was doing the Naughty and Eve's Bayou. Dang, you just gonna make me mad. Mm-mm. Yep. But she knew how to steal a scene, I swear. She knew how to steal a scene. Yeah, especially in Jason's lyric. You know, she said, the bigger the titties, the bigger the tips. I'm like, whoa. Anywhere he can. Mm-mm. But it was like any movie that she played in, it was like, oh, I got to see that one. She was fast becoming the new Pam Grier because, you know, I mean, without actually showing her breasts, but, you know, um, Pam, of course, in every movie, you know, Cuz had to show the tatas. Otherwise, it wasn't worth the price of admission unless she showed the girls. But yeah, please. Every time Pam Grier came out with a new movie, we were at the show watching it. You know, Foxy Brown, Sheba Baby, Coffee, Friday Foster. You know, even when she was with Richard Pryor in Grease Lightning, I was like, even that one. You know, that's when they started dating, and Richard wouldn't put on no condom for her. I'm like, you trying to hit Cuz raw? She was like, it ain't happening, Richard Pryor. She didn't want the cocaine in her system because once he came in her, he had the cocaine in him. You. Mm-mm. And I think she liked Richard Pryor, but it was like he wouldn't wear a condom, you know, when he had sex with her. So he didn't get none. All right, Cuz. Don't give him none. Don't give Richard Pryor none. Night, Brenda Brown Long. Juicy B. Gag about what? Dang. Don't gag. Don't hate. Congratulate. Hey. Mm-mm. You talking about Richard Pryor. Now when he was, well, you know, he was Richard Pryor. So he just thought, hey, you know, everybody wants to sleep with me. I'm Richard Pryor. He was a hot commodity, you know, in Hollywood. So you know, that was it. So he wanted to he wanted some Pam Grier, you know, stuff. But she wasn't having it. You know, she was like, I don't care if you Richard Pryor or you Red Fox or whatever. So that was it. So that didn't last too long. Richard was like, yeah, I'm Richard Pryor, you know. She was like, and I'm Pam Greer. Okay, now what's your point? So that was it. So Sheila said, I'm going to see y'all in the midnight hour. I heard that. No glove, no love. That's right. Yep. No glove, no love. Resurrection. She said, no glove, no love. No Jimmy, no. Yeah, yeah, that part. That's right. No hat, no cat. Pump it up. She said, no hat, no cat. So I went to, good morning, Elo. You had to play Love Injection. Yes, I did. Yes. Well, you all are going to find this out one time or another. I might as well tell you all that it's pretty much over between Kim and I. Yeah, we're going through with the divorce. And, frankly, I'm relieved. I think if I had moved back, I would have been on pins and needles with her. So, but this last time when she told me hell no to moving back, I was like, oh, okay. So, there's no hard feelings, and that's it. So, the line starts to the left, ladies. I'm back on the market, on the fish market. Let me stop for Daryl Owens gets in here. But yeah, I'm single and ready to mingle, and that's it. Yep, move on with my life. You know, it's not gonna kill me to start all over again. This will be the final chapter of my life, and that's it. And frankly, I deserve to be happy. You know, whether it's with her or with someone else, who knows? Maybe one day she'll come to her senses and want me back, and I'll be like, nah. You know, I'm finally making some decent money. I'm getting gigs every weekend. I'm working here and getting paid every week. I'm working at BGX, and there's my phone ringing already, boy. As soon as I said it, as soon as I said something, my phone just bloop, 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 bloop. It's like, nah, sorry. Yep. Yep. Let me put my phone on Do Not Disturb because I know it's gonna be bloop, 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 bloop. Like, nope, not you, not you. I'm going forward, not backwards. So I'm not looking to find anybody that I dated back in the day and, make them mine. So that's why they call it the past. So that's it. So if I was with you in the past, you will not be reprising your role as the girlfriend. It's about time, cut your losses and let God order your steps. You deserve to be happy. And that's what I said. We wives tend to want you back, especially when you have someone else. And that's just it. I don't have anyone else. You know, I have I have my music, I have my career, and that's it. You know, music is my mistress, Duke Ellington, and that's it. You know, so that's it. Yep, I don't have anyone yet. So, yep. For a while, I was seeing someone, but it didn't quite work out. She was way too young, way too young. So, yeah, and she wanted to, she wanted to be the next Mrs. Greer. I'm like, sweetheart, I've been in the business for 40 years. You've only been on Earth for 35. We cannot, no. Thank you, Cynthia, for you both to find love. See, that's just it, Cynthia. Kimberly's not looking for love. She's looking for another bank account. You know, for years she's talked about, retiring. You know, and going from place to place. Traveling. She's not looking for love. She had love, and that was in me. I just didn't have enough money to sustain the lifestyle that she had become accustomed to. So Kimberly's not looking for love. She's got love with me. She's looking for another bank to go to. That's about it. And I hope she finds love in there. And I hope one day that she comes to her senses and realizes that money isn't the answer to everything. Money pays the bills, but it doesn't, you know, after it's gone, I always said I would live in a cardboard box with her. And that's just it. She wants, that. And who knows, one day I might come into a house and that's it. So, and that's it. So, I might run into whatever and she would have missed out. And that's it. Kim Weston, Take Me in Your Arms on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago. Of course, the Temptations had several lead singers. One of them was Paul Williams, who was one of the original lead singers of the Temptations. We feature the music of Paul Williams singing with the Temps. Yeah, but like I said, she had love with me because I loved her unconditionally, and that's the difference. She didn't love me unconditionally. It came with conditions, and that was that I had a large bank account. We couldn't do it together. It was like, okay, you take care of the bills, and I'll stop working. You know, so. She made it sound like I didn't want her. I'm like, no, that wasn't it. And this last time, when I told her how much money I, was making, she was like, just not interested. she was still talking about, the fact that I had moved with someone. I'm like, well, yeah, I moved with someone because I assumed that this marriage was over with. So that's the only reason that I moved out to Park Forest. Plus, two people together, pulling together was cheaper than just one person. So, that's basically how it started out, you know, um, as roommates between me and Lonnie. You know, so that was it. So, but yeah, Kimberly is looking for love in all the wrong places. You know, Bank of America, BMO, Citibank, yeah, you know. But I wish her well. So I wished her well and everything else, and sometime this week, we're gonna sign the papers again, and this time I hope that well, I'm gonna make sure they get filed this time. I got to take them down to City Hall myself, or wherever, and that's it. I deserve to be happy with someone who's happy with me and not with who I am and what I make. That shouldn't be a factor. As long as I'm able to take care of the bills, then it shouldn't matter where the money comes from or how much it is, you know, because between you all and that's it. I was asked to do voiceovers for WGN TV. So I hope that comes to fruition. And I'm not looking back this time. You know, she wants, somebody with money, that's fine. But, you know, the two don't go together, love and money, you know, unless you're Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade, because they're both working. He's, in basketball and she's an actress. So they both bring something to the table. It's not just, him, you know, throwing balls and hoops. So, but, I wish her well, and she's going to miss me when I'm gone. And the next person that I get, I'm just going to continue to spoil that person. And that's it. Ain't going to be no rebound. And I don't believe in that rebound stuff. I just don't. Um, you treat everybody differently. You go into a relationship and you treat everyone differently. You don't say, well, you're not her and this and the other, which is the mistake that I made with the young lady, the 35-year-old lady. She wasn't Kimberly, and that's just it. She was named Kim, but she wasn't Kim. So, but unfortunately, she didn't stay with me long enough to find out. So that was it. Yep. Yep. So she pretty much X'd herself out. She knew the deal going into it. It's like, look, if my wife calls me to come back home, I'm up. But of course, it didn't happen. And, like B.B. King says, never make your move too soon. And she did. It's just unfortunate. You know, you watch me struggle, and I do. I, you know, I struggle with things, but like I always say, I'm a king's kid. I serve a good God. I don't hurt anybody. As a matter of fact, I'll give you, I'll give you something before you would have to steal it from me. I would give it to you. And that's just it. That's always been me. I will give you something. I will give you the shirt off my back. And that's just it. Do people do me the same way I do them? And that's just it. They don't. I appreciate some people checking up on me now because they know that they'll get something out of me later. So, and Cynthia, Chris and I haven't talked since Mom died. Paul Williams, this time leading the Temptations and Don't Look Back on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago with your Dr. Al Greer. Hello to Cynthia, also to Lady G, and Sheila Forrest. I guess she's taking a nap. Thanks for checking in. And Elo, listening on the app, the iHeart app, as a matter of fact, in the Twin Cities. Here's Denise Williams. But I will give you the shirt off my back before you have to take it off of me. Proof last night. One of the guys that I work with at the gospel station, he saw my hat. I have a black hat which has a red bottom on it, and he was like, "How much, Unc?" I was like, "How much for what? For the hat?" I said, "I'll buy you a hat. I won't give you this one because I didn't sweat it in it. It's got grease in it and everything else." I said, I will buy you one of these and I will bring it to you and I will give it to you. That's just me, and that's that's with anyone. I will give you, I will give you the shirt off my back, and that's just it. Yeah, you've seen me struggle. As a matter of fact, and I don't mind saying this. I broke down one time in front of Lady G, and she had to, you know, pray me up off the floor. I just said, I was like Will Smith, that episode where he found his father and he said, "Why don't he love me?" I was like, "Why don't she love me?" And the answer is she's not capable of love. She loves her father, she loves her mother, she loves her sister, and she loves her children. But she can never love any other man but her father, you know, and that's just it. And I was the same way with my mom. I could never love any other woman as much as I love my mother unless they possess those qualities that my mom had. Marriage isn't hard at all. Friendships are easy. Marriage is not hard at all. If you all start out as friends, then the marriage is not hard at all. If you're friends first, like I see all the time, people say, "I married my best friend today." That's the way it should be. It says it in the vows, to forsake all others, to forsake all others. And that's just it. Your wife, your husband is your friend, is your best friend. You know, you might have a maid of honor and a best man, but you become one, and that's it. You know, my buddy, she's my buddy, and that's it. That's the way it's supposed to be. You know, we should be able to say anything around each other. We should be able to do anything. You know, there should be no secrets. Should be no locks on the phone and all of that stuff. And that's just the way it is. You know. You know, with my first wife, she used to go through my phone. I'm like, what are you doing? I mean, I had nothing to hide, but the fact that she was in my phone looking for something, and that would unnerve me. I'm like, okay, you know, she was looking for something just to start an argument. And that's just it. I'm a guy. I have pictures of women in my phone. Most of them are of my soon to be ex-wife. I have plenty of pictures of Kimberly, but you know, she could have gone through my phone at any time, and that's all she would see. But guess what? You know, I have to do a sweep of my phone and you know, because every time I look at a picture of her, I'm going to, you know, feel a certain way. So I have to remove those pictures. I can't remove the memories that I have in my head, but I can remove those pictures. And that's just it. That's just the way it has to be in order for me to move on and to heal. There's an old blues song that says you sometimes you got to hurt before you heal, and that's just it. You know, marriage shouldn't be hard, not as hard as people say it is. You shouldn't have to go to a marriage counselor in order to sort out your life. You know, once again, uh, your wife should be your best friend. Your husband should be your best friend, ladies. And that's it. You know, you should be able to go to the ball game with your girl. You should be able to go wherever with your girl if she likes that, if she likes doing that. You know, concerts, ball games, whatever. I'm taking my buddy with me. I might have a best friend who's a male, but he's not my best friend. He's my second best friend. And you know, Cynthia, I'm about to preach. But if God is not first in your life, then you have no life. You have no relationship. You know, He's first and foremost. But you know, that her and I pray together. Oh no, only when we're in church. Only when we're in church, and that's just it. You know. But right now, you know, I'm not trying to get into a relationship quickly. You know, I'd like to have a friendship with someone first. You know, I'd like to, you know, at least try dating again for a while. You know, there's nothing really out there for me right now. You know, dating sucks. It really does, from what I hear from other people. So, you know, I'm going to take my time. You know, as soon as I, got away from the first wife, I was with Kimberly. You know, that's right. Seek ye first, and the rest will be, the rest will come out later. But right now, if the Lord sends me someone, fine. But that's what I was trying to tell the 35-year-old. She didn't want to hear that. I said, sweetheart, you're not the one for me. I'm sorry. you're just not the one. She thought she was. I said, no, sweetheart, you haven't lived yet. You know, living in Romeoville with your older parents. It's like, no, you can't do anything for me. If I get kicked out of my house today, you can't do anything for me. I can't come live with you and your parents. you know, they ain't gonna let my old butt move there. So that was it. That was, but had she hung around, yeah, we would have, you know, probably started dating seriously. But, you know, I held that over her head. The fact that, if my wife snapped her fingers, that I would be back at home. But, it ain't gonna happen. It's a done deal. But I was looking through my phone today looking for a picture of Herb Kent and I, and all I saw was pictures of Kimberly, both with me and without me. And I'm like, man, it's gonna take me a while to delete all these pictures. I don't. What's the use of keeping them now? Those memories are gone. Memories are that of the past, and I you never really fall out of love. You just put it on the shelf. It's like, every now and then you pull out a photo album and you look at it and you remember where you were and what you did and who you were with when you took that picture. And that's just it. They're memories. They're in the past. They say never look in the rearview mirror because that's where you've been. So I want to get with someone who wants to go forward with me, you know, and that's just it. No more looking in the rearview mirror, no more looking in the past, and that's it. I have to go forward. You know, don't get me wrong. I won't forget about you know uh, my children, and that is Ahmad and Brianna, and of course my grandchildren, uh, Naomi and EJ. I just won't. You know, I won't punish them for something that she did. Same song, different artist on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. Bobby Womack and Rufus featuring Shaka Khan and Stop On By. It's your peanut butter brother, Dr. Al Greer, flipping these 45s and playing the B-sides on 1690 WVON. Don't forget now, if you haven't been vaccinated, make sure you still continue to wear your mask. And what are you waiting on? Get that shot, all right? Here's Suzanne Vega on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. It's Tom's Diner. But, Cynthia, don't get me wrong. I miss her. When we first started hanging out, everything was great. We got along famously. As a matter of fact, the last time we went out, which was Father's Day, was, probably the best date that we'd ever been on. But, that was it. She dropped me off at home and I went in the house and that was it. That was the last time that we were, actually together. So, and we did go out for date night at the 50-yard line, but, she just didn't seem too interested in getting back with me. So, I can't, I can't say anything. So, Like my mom used to always say, you know, she ain't for you. Not about her, but just, you know, in general, you know. And it was something that Doug Banks told me a long time ago. And it rings true. It's like, you know, if you can't see yourself with this person for the rest of your life, then don't do it. Doug talked me out of my very first marriage. This was before my marriage to Andrea, you know, and he talked me out of that one. You know, he basically told me, hey, you know, if you have any doubts, this is what Doug said. If you have any doubts in your mind about being married to this girl, then, you know, she's not the one for you. If you have any doubts in your mind. And that's just it. There were some doubts in my mind about, her name was Alex, Alexandria. And there were doubts in my mind. So that was the end of it. You know, you learn from Trump. Yeah, right. But, you know, it's like that song by Kenny Rogers. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away when the dealing's done. And that's just it. You know, learn how to walk away. You know, like David Ruffin said, sometimes you got to walk away from love before love breaks your heart. Well, you know, I got tired of getting my heart broken every time. And I think this last time was a wake-up call. I'm like, stupid. She don't love you. You know. What's up, Daryl? Captain Daryl Owens, ladies and gentlemen. Gold diggers are out here. I witnessed my son. He let her go. She was abusive. Okay. But yeah, it was, you know, it just, you know, it was a wake up call. I'm you know, working out over at Planet Fitness, and you know, I just kind of got into it with my cousin, and she, you know, said some things to me that I didn't really like. But and that was it. You know, I went back home. We hashed it out, and that was it. You know, for me. You know, so you know, once we hashed out the details, that was it. It was a done deal. My son would hit the door, she would hit him, and that's just it. You should never get that angry where you have to hit anything or anybody. You know, my first wife made me angry enough to hit her, but I didn't. I grabbed her in her collar. I said, "Look, I'm not a punk. I'm not what you used to. You know, I'm a gentleman, but you're not going to punk me. You're not going to, you know, you're not going to play me like a fool." So once she realized that, you know, that she could get under my skin, then she was, you know, she continued to do it. I said, "You don't want to do that. You don't want to push me to the point where, you know, to the point of violence, where I feel like I cannot control myself around you." And that was it. But almost every place that I've ever lived, I put my fist through the wall just to keep from hitting somebody. And I felt like, if that's the case, then I don't need to be with this person. If they're inciting me to violence, then I don't need to be with them. So that was it, And somebody told me, they said some women love drama. They live for drama. They love it. If it's too quiet, then they don't, it ain't nothing happening. Or if you're too nice a person, then they think you're a punk. They think you're gay. They think you're a chump. So they'll run all over you until they get tired of it. And that's just it. John Caldwell. So, hey, I guess you'll find out now that I'm not a punk. I always said if I ever got a singing group, the first choice would be my backup singers. I just love me some Rochelle Fleming, Smarty Pants from First Choice on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago with your Dr. Al Greer. Shouting out John Caldwell. Thanks for checking in to Facebook Live. Now you can do so. All you have to do is go to Facebook Live. Of course, if you have an account on Facebook. I heard Facebook was off earlier. Facebook and Instagram, but they're back on and strong. They hurried up. I wonder what people were doing at work today. They couldn't get on Facebook. Oh my goodness. Here's Dr. Donald Byrd and Flight Time with your Dr. Al Greer on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago. But see, that's just it. Some women love the drama. I remember that, when I was dating my oldest son's mother, that her friends did not like me because they said I was too soft. They said, no man is that, no man is that good. Thank you, John. No man is that good and that patient. And I was, it took a while for Nanette and I to even sleep with each other. And then finally, when we did, it was like fireworks. It was just a wonderful thing. But, that was it. That was it. That was all. What men they've been dealing with. But that's just, they were dealing with not men. And that was it. They were not dealing with gentlemen. Like I always say, I open doors, I hold hands, I do all of that stuff. That's just me. Tonight when I was getting my sandwich from my favorite hoagie place in Sibley Boulevard, I was not trying to touch the woman's hands, but I did. And she didn't jump back or anything. She kind of liked it. Maybe she has maybe she has a daddy fetish. I don't know, but I said, I was just getting ready to ask you for a plastic bag because I'm always losing, dropping the hoagie on the ground with the paper bag. And I grabbed her hands. Before I knew it, I was like, oh, Lord, I need to get something real quick. I'm grabbing the ladies in the store now. Ooh, what's going to happen next? I'm going to go in, not Subway, Dunkin' Donuts and grab somebody's hand, and I'm like, good Lord. But I have all this love inside of me. I've always been a loving person, which kind of pissed my dad off because he thought I was just gay because I was, was not, that hard type person, you know. I was totally different than my brother. My brother used to help me fight because I wouldn't fight nobody. I was like, oh no, I don't want to fight. So I just, and that was it. I didn't want to punch nobody because I didn't want to kill nobody. I said, if I hit you, I'm gonna take you out. And that was it. But I wouldn't fight. And then later on, I got tired of getting beat up. So, finally after that, when I got tired of getting, beat up, I just started, I was an angry young man. I got tired of getting, my butt whooped. So that became, I became this totally different person. Started watching, the gangster flicks and everything else. I thought I was, I thought I was Michael Corleone at one time. But all my adult life, I've tried to be a gentleman. I mean, even like in fourth grade, I remember, speaking to the ladies and the girls in school. I said, good afternoon, ladies. And they'd laugh at me, it's like, you nerd, good afternoon, ladies, But now they wish they'd had a gentleman to say that to them. When I'm in love, it's like, I love hard, I guess that's that Capricorn in me. But when I love hard. And it's like, either you get with me or you get left behind. And that's it. You get left behind because, I ain't coming back to get you later. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, time for some candy. Snickers. That ought to do it. But
The answer to COVID. The New Jersey-based pharmaceutical powerhouse says it will seek FDA emergency use authorization for its experimental COVID-19 pill. Merck says molnupiravir is the first effective antiviral pill to fight COVID. A clinical trial shows it cut the risk of hospitalization or death by 50%. It works by targeting the enzyme that makes copies of the virus, introducing errors. Infectious disease experts say the pill could offer.
My husband and I have been married for 24 years, and we had an open marriage. Call us swingers. All right. And see, that's just it. I never wanted to get married to be a swinger. I wanted to get married to have one woman, one person in my life, one person that I run to have relations with, and that's it. My sexual equal, and that was it. You know, I didn't want to, you know, I didn't want to do what I did when I was single. You know, I wanted to be with one person and that was it. One and done. And that person had to pretty much satisfy me in every way. You know, mind, body, and soul. You know, so and that was her. So we'll see what happens on this next round. Yep. We'll see what happens.
George Floyd.
Mm-hmm. That's why I never, I mean, I used to, don't get me wrong, I did threesomes back in the day. But, you know, whenever they brought that new person in the fold, there was always going to be some jealousy there. Yep. Yep, there was always that, you know, somebody wasn't going to get satisfied.
I'm Vanessa Tyler with Mike Stevens on your home for 24/7 News, the Black Information Network.
The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
The most common signs of breast cancer is a change in the look or feel of the breast. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Boob up. Schedule your mammogram today. The views expressed on our programs are not necessarily those of WVON, Midway Broadcasting Corporation, or our participating sponsors.
Now, more than ever, we need a reliable news source to tell our story from our perspective.
And swinging never goes the way you want it to. It's just an excuse to have sex with somebody else. And for your wife not to say anything wrong because she allowed it.
On the Talk of Chicago.
I did my hour workout. I got my foot in and my.
You know, and that's all it is. It's an excuse to bring somebody else in your bed.
Away. So y'all get out there and get that foot out the drawers and y'all get somebody to help y'all work out.
Don't get me wrong. Swingers do what they do.
We'll do what we allow them to do. Just walk through the gym doors.
You can't tuck it in your pants.
No.
Tuck down your sweater. It just won't work.
Oh, no.
Monday through Thursday, 6 p.m. on the Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON. Live from the Xfinity Studios at WVON. The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
Put your hands on the radio, baby. Everywhere it sounds good. WVON with soul power.
It's your girl Samantha Thomas, and he's my peanut butter brother, Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on 1690 WVON.
Yep. And see, that's just it. You know, it just gives the man an excuse to sleep with a woman in front of you. And the new woman always gets more attention. They always do. Because you wanted this threesome and you know, she found someone that was as attractive as she was or whatever, or more attractive. And you bring another woman in your bed and call it swinging. It's still cheating because, you know, plain and simple, it's still cheating. The difference is She allowed you to cheat in front of her because she felt that that's what you wanted. And that's just it. And that never works either. Let me shut him up. I'm going to give him a threesome and that's going to shut him up. No, that opens Pandora's box and he's going to want more because you allowed another woman to come into your bed. So now he figures it's okay, and we'll do it behind you. We'll cheat behind you and say, oh, well, that was with the girl that we had the threesome with. Yeah, but she wasn't in the bed that time. We weren't all together. So I don't believe in that. I've done, don't get me wrong, I have done threesomes and freak parties and all of that stuff. But I was single. And it was part of the party. It was a requirement that you come in and walk around butt ass naked at the party. And that was it. But you got to understand, when you bring another woman or man into your bed, it ain't swinging. It's plain and simple cheating. You're just cheating in front of your mate. And that's it. It's plain and simple. It doesn't change anything. It's just that, and that's just it. Men cheat because of what they're not getting at home. You say you're trying to divorce him at least 5 times in 24 years. Well, if you try to, you just need to do it. Because unfortunately, and I hate to say this, men don't change unless they want to. And I'm a witness. I am a living witness to that. Did I want to change? Yeah, I did. Could I have kept doing what I was doing? I don't think so, and still been alive. So thank you, Cynthia. I'm preaching it. I'm giving it to you straight. I'm giving it to you raw. You cannot successfully bring another woman into your bed and call it a threesome or call it swinging or whatever. Either you're swingers or you're not. I get it. You go to swingers parties and you sleep with somebody else's wife in front of your wife. Okay. But once again, cheating is cheating. Plain and simple. No matter what you do. Now, when I wasn't with Kim, I was with Lonnie. But I was just assuming that, Kimberly no longer wanted to be with me. So I moved on. Should I have waited? Probably, yeah. Because I lost more than I gained. And Lady G can tell you, I lost an apartment. I lost my excellent 750 credit score. I mean, a whole bunch of stuff that I lost. I said a few years ago, all I want is a townhouse and a HHR, which is that car that looks like a milk truck. And guess what? I got the townhouse, but I had to leave. I got kicked out of my own house. My name was on that. My name was on the car. My name was on everything. When she was living out in Park Forest at another place that she was living in, and the roof fell in, I said, you get over here now and bring your kids and you all, bring some sleeping bags or whatever. and you all sleep on my floor, and that's it. And I did that, only to get kicked out a year later. After everything that Lady G did to get me in the building, I ended up leaving, and then now I can't go back. I can't go back. So, that was it. I messed up, not knowing that I was still married. I never would have cheated on Kimberly. Why should I? We never had any problems in the bed. Never. Only problem we had was me. And that's when I was eating pork and everything else. And, my blood pressure was up and down. And, my diabetes hadn't quite kicked in yet. So, which didn't really kick in until I moved in with, Lonnie, and she had diabetes. But of course, you can't catch that, But, I never would have moved in with Lonnie, knowing that I was still married to Kim, and that there was a chance that I could go back home. But after that, that was pretty much it. So I'm like Job. I lost everything. I lost a house, a car that was in my name, and and a friendship. And that's just it, Cynthia. I I loved Kim from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet. But this last time, you don't get a chance to put me out, to turn me down, to turn your back on me. That's just not cool. That's just not cool. You're gonna turn your back on your husband? After I told her, I said, there's a possibility that I might be homeless. Can I move back home? Let's be a family again. She said, hell no. I was like, okay. And at first I was stunned. I was stunned, but I was like, wait a minute. I'm much better than this. The new management, they said, sorry to say it's a no-go. Oh, well. And that's cool too, May God continue to bless them. I ain't mad at them. They're making a big mistake, because you can't refuse housing to somebody. You just can't. That's that's against the law. You can't do that. The only thing that I didn't do was to return the key. So, I lost it. I didn't know where it was. As a matter of fact, Lonnie had the key because she was moving my stuff the day that we had the Taste of WVON out at Chicago State. So she had the key. But she had to move her stuff and my stuff at the same time because I had to work. So it is what it is. It's just too bad, And I pray for those folks. It's like they got to deal with that, They got to, they got to sleep with themselves at night, knowing that they kept a man who had done nothing but pay the rent on time to leave him homeless. you know, but it is what it is. I'm I'm happy with where I am right now out in Calumet City. I don't think I would want to move back to the city unless I was in a building like that and where I could park my car safely and not worry about the city, ticketing and booting my car. I think that's the worst stuff ever. They should, get rid of that because, some people you can't pay that. You used to be like 4 tickets, now it's like 2, and they could ticket your vehicle, which I think is the worst stuff in the world. Whoever came up with that idea about that boot, that's ridiculous. So I'm fine with where I am. I'm in the sticks, so that's cool. They don't do that goofy stuff out there. Oh yeah. Ain't no words to this song. You just dance and hum along. It's your Dr. Al Greer. As we feature the music of the Temptations tonight, that is Dance and Stroll on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. Here's more from the Temptations. This is Runaway Child Running Wild, the short version on 1690 WVON. What are you looking for in a woman to bring to the table? Cynthia, it's simple. I'm just looking for compatibility. That's it. You know, right now, I'm just looking for a friend. I'm looking for someone that I'm compatible with. And that's it. You know, she doesn't have to be no freak in the bed. She doesn't have to have a 6-figure income. None of that. You know, just be good to me, like the SOS band says. Just be good to me. And that's it. Just be nice to me. That's it. That's all that I ask. You know, she don't have to be drop dead gorgeous. Just be nice. Just be pleasing on the eyes. You answered 2 questions with that answer. So do you want a relationship? Absolutely, Cynthia. But first you have to be friends with that person. You don't just go into a relationship automatically. With this world the way it is, it's like everybody's in a hurry. It's called the microwave era. Everything has to be quick, fast, and in a hurry. Well, in my case, being 60 years old, about to be 61, I don't have much time left. I'm looking to live at least until I'm 80. But, you know, will my quality of life be the same as it is now at 60? So I don't have much time. It's like, hey, you want to be with me? Yeah, okay, let's go. Let's go walk on the beach. Let's go, hang gliding. Let's go to the top of the John Hancock building. Let's do it now. Back in the day, I had nothing but time. My 20s and 30s, yep. I had plenty of time then. 20 and 30s, 40s, 50s, I started slowing down at 50, and that was it. I just wanted to be, in my 50s, I just wanted to be married. I wanted to be settled down because I had done everything that I thought I wanted to do in my 20s, 30s, and 40s. So now that I'm 50, okay, I am, officially a middle-aged man. And that's just it. And that was enough. The threesomes, the swinging, and the this and the that, and so now I want to be in a relationship with somebody that is just happy to be with me. Is that asking too much, Cynthia? I just wanted to, be happy to be with me. That's what I'm looking for. So now, all that stuff that I did before, you know, it doesn't matter anymore. All the stuff that I did back when I was younger, that's all behind me now. That's all behind me. Now it's time to, be a grown man and do grown men stuff. That's it. Gone all those days of staying out all night and drinking and doing drugs and everything else. That's over with. Those days are over. I've done everything that I thought I wanted to do and got it out of my system. So now, I want to be dull and boring. Just, same person, wake up to the same person every morning. Because I thought back in the day that would never be me. I said, oh no, I would never be like that. Just whipped. Yep. 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 I never thought I would be at this point where I didn't want to run the streets, that I didn't want to have at least 5 or 6 women to call, one for each day of the week. I never thought I would get to that point, but I did. One morning I woke up and that was it. I woke up and I didn't want to be that person anymore. I didn't want to do that stuff that I did, when I was younger. I didn't want to do any of that stuff anymore. It was just not important for me to be that person, what would you say to your 20-year-old person now? It's like, man, don't make those mistakes. I should have gotten married the first time. I probably would have still been with her. The very first one, not the first marriage, but the first engagement. I'm sure we could have probably worked it out. But, marriage shouldn't be work. If you have to work at it, then it's not going to work. Marriage should be mutual, first of all. And it should be, what is the word that I'm looking for? It should be natural. It should be a natural progression that you all just get along, and that's it. It shouldn't be any work involved, because if you have to work at marriage, then it's not going to work. It has to be natural. It has to be something that the both of you all feel inside a mutual love and respect and admiration for each other. And it shouldn't be something that you have to work at, that you need to bring someone in from the outside to tell you how you're supposed to act towards this person. You should talk to that person outright and say, look, you did something that I didn't like. And that person should be open enough to say, it won't happen again. And mean it. There were certain things I did with my first wife that I didn't do with my second wife. And that's just it. I had to learn how to be a husband. And I told Kimberly, I said, the first time I didn't get enough practice in because we were only married for a couple of months. So I never got a chance to be a husband until now. So, that was something that I had to work at. I had to work at being a husband because I'd never been a husband before. I'd been a whore before. So I had that down pat. I knew how to do that. I I knew who to call baby and not call baby. I knew who was not available on certain nights. I had that down pat. I knew who had a car who could come pick me up in the middle of the night and who could spend the night and then have to go straight home, and I could drive their car in the morning, drive them to work, and keep their car the rest of the day. I had that down pat. Give the lady what she wants, a famous quote by Marshall Field, the pioneer retail legend. He had displayed it on the sign above his desk in his office in the store he built in 1887. Okay, give the lady what she wants, and that's just it. Excuse me for yawning again. But that's just it. That's always been my motto. When I was a kid, a young adult, and I started reading porn magazines, they had this article in Penthouse, and the article was written by a male prostitute or gigolo. And he said, basically, at the end of the day, the customer always comes first. That's it. The customer comes first. And that's how he looked at it. That's how he looked at it. Happy wife, happy life. Put that woman first. It says it in all the songs. Put that woman first. A woman's got to have it. That's it. And that's just it. When you give a woman what she wants, then she'll forget about every other man that she's ever had. Because after that, they don't matter. The only time she'll actually think about them is to say, wow, he didn't do what you do. When you get a good man, you know it. You know the difference. He opens the door. He pulls out an umbrella if it's raining. He walks you up to the door. He opens the door. He lets you go through the door. He lets you sit down. You stand up. If you're meeting at a restaurant, you stand up to greet her. Those are the things that you do that make her erase the other bad memories that she had of other men. And that's it. That's the bottom line. Because everybody going into a relationship has some sort of baggage. They have some sort of negative feeling or whatever, or idea of a man or a so-called man. They're not a real man, because otherwise you'd still be with them. Tammy Terrell and Come On Seem About Me on 1690 WVON, the Talk of Chicago. Tonight we flip the 45s and play the B-sides on the Temps, this time with David Ruffin. So, it's got to be a point where, a woman accepts a man for who he is and what he is, and not think about the past. Oh, well, so and so used to do this, so every man is different. Some men are exactly who they are. They are the way they are. I remember back when Doug Banks was still with us, and Doug was doing a show one day, and the question was, why do men cheat? And I had the answer, and I wanted to call in, so badly. I said, I got the answer. Why do men cheat on women? Here's the answers. It's not just one, it's three answers. The first one, why do men cheat? It's because they can, and they can get away with it. Some men lie so well that you believe that lie. They'll look you dead in the eye and say, I ain't cheating on you. And you allow it to happen. You say, okay. Most women know already when they ask you a question. For the record, your wife and I went to the same high school. Okay. But you all don't have the same values. You all don't have the same uh, uh, spiritual awareness. You just don't. You said you tried to leave your husband 5 times. Well, Kim put me out twice. You know, Kim put me out twice. But she doesn't have a heart. Her heart is a safe. That's the difference. Her heart is a safe. And her safe is empty. She thinks money is the answer, but it isn't. That is not the answer to everything. You can have all the money in the world and still not be happy. Be able to pay your bills when before the mailman puts them in the mailbox. But that's not happiness. It isn't. I like to travel too. I would love to go places. But it's not a priority. My priority was to love, honor, and cherish my wife, and to take her out on occasions, because I believe you still have to date a woman in order to keep one. You have to date her. You have to act like it's the first time that you all have gone out. Every time you go out, you've got to continue to date that woman until death do you part. I believe that you have to date your wife. Ladies, you have to date your husband. You have to continue to keep the spice going on, the spice in the marriage. You can't just let the flame die out. You just can't, you know. And communication is the key. Honey, what would you like me to do? What would you like? What do you want to do? And that's just it. You have to be open to that. You know, you have to be willing to open your mind and be open for new and exciting things. Maybe you need a second honeymoon. I believe that Kim and I, well, we didn't go on a honeymoon, so I thought we might go somewhere, but she went to Vegas without me. She went with a woman. I'm like, okay. You have to remain your husband's girlfriend. And that's just it. Yeah. You have the title of wife, but at the same time, you all got to pretend like like it's the first time that you're going out. You have to pretend like, you know, like it's the first time. And yes, it does go both ways. You know, you're my girlfriend, I'm your boyfriend. We're married, but, we still have to keep that spark. We just, ain't nothing wrong with role playing and pretending. You have to pretend like it's the first time. I remember Kimberly would not let me sleep in the bed with her. I had to sleep downstairs until we got married. Did I mind? No. I set up a little bedroom in the basement. I was sleeping on a mattress on the floor in the basement. And she would come downstairs and visit me. And she would go back upstairs. I said, text me when you get home. That's what we played. That was how we played. And that was it. So, you know, 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. It's your Dr. Al Greer. And tonight of course, we have in the spotlight the Temptations. And there's no way I can play every Temptation song ever. Trust me, we're talking 60 years of music. But I'm going to try to get it all in tonight. Here on the B-sides on 1690 WVON with your peanut butter brother, Dr. Al Greer, and Ashford and Simpson. But that's just it, Cynthia. You have to, role play. I remember with my very first fiance, I used to DJ at a club at night. So I would let her know where I was going to be. And she would go home from work, come home from work, change and meet me at the club. And it was my job to say something to her to get her to go home with me. Well, we lived at the same place. We lived in the same apartment in Hammond. But the whole idea was that we were role playing. It was like we weren't really together. But that was the role that we were playing. that we weren't together. So she would come over and she would ask me for a request. Hey, DJ, why don't you play me? I want to hear this song. And I'll be like, okay, young lady. Even though, and people didn't know that we were already together. So they thought, the guys would come over to me. It's like, I bet you can't get that girl. I bet you I get her to go home with me. And that was the whole game that we played. We played like we weren't together. So at the end of the night, when they would see us walk out together, they were like, oh, damn, he said he was going to get her, and he did. And we would follow each other back home. And that was it. And we would laugh about it because it was so funny because, she'd be talking to the barmaids saying, so what's up with old boy? She was talking like she didn't know me. What's up with your boy? What's up with your boy? Think I could get him? You know what they say about them DJs. They's all hoes. Yep. Mm-hmm. But we would end up at home in each other's arms, and we'd be laughing about it because it was so funny. Because everybody thought, hey, these guys don't know each other. But it's about that. It's about being that person's friend. Homie, lover, friend. That's what you got to be. A homie, lover, friend to that man, and vice versa. It's okay to have, fellas, it's okay to have a male friend, or women, it's okay to have a female friend. But at the end of the day, you got to say goodbye to them. Girl, it was good hanging out with you, but I'm going home to my husband. That's it. Y'all can get manis and petties and kick it, but at the end of the day, you got to go home and you got to take care of your husband. Period. And fellas, you have to date your wife. Date them. Take them out to the show. Take them out of the kitchen and feed them. Baby, you don't have to cook tonight. Come on, let's go out. And that's it. Cynthia, that's why it feels like I'm starting from scratch. But Cynthia, you got to understand, if he's not for you, then he's against you. If he's not for you, if he doesn't support everything that you do, and this is real important, he's got to believe in God. He's got to have some sort of, relationship with the Lord. He just got to. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Because you being a woman of God, you can't be with just any old man. No, he got to be into the book as well. Maybe not so much into the book, but into the word. There's a difference. You can read the Bible and still not understand a word that he said in there. You don't have to know every book in the Bible from Genesis to Revelations. You just don't have to. But if you know right from wrong, you're halfway there. How does a wife supposed to take care of a husband without having to teach her everything? But that's just it. You have to learn, you have to teach each other. They say, what is this saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Yeah, you can. But that old dog has to be willing and mind open enough to learn some new tricks. That's just it. They say closed mouths don't get fed. Closed minds don't get knowledge. And that's it. Closed minds don't get knowledge. You know, if you have a closed mind, you're not willing to learn anything. You don't want to learn anything. You just don't. If your mind is closed, then that's it. Kimberly's mind is closed. Her mind is made up about something that she doesn't even know about. You know, she is developed in her mind that, you know, that I left her. I didn't leave. I was asked to leave. And that's just it. Open your mind, close your mouth. Take the cotton out of your ears and put it into your mouth. That's it. You know, and that's always been my thing. You know, since I, you know, had this revelation about, you know, being an older man, sometimes you just have to, you know, be smarter. You know, there's an old saying, work smarter, not harder. If you have to work harder on your relationship, then it's not going to work. It becomes a strained relationship because you're trying to make it work. You can't make it work. It has to happen naturally. You have to be friends first. You have to date that person first. You have to be friends with that person first. That's it. That's all. It's that simple. Kimberly and I were friends because she was with somebody and I was with somebody. But that was 20 years ago. That was 20 years ago. You know, Brianna was a baby back then when we first dated. So that's just it. You have to you have to be friends with that person. You know, you have to be friends before you're lovers. Unless that's all that's going to be to it. If she's gonna be an FB off of FB, then fine. If that's understood, then fine. Just don't catch feelings, right? If that's what you all are going to do, if you're going to be just F buddies, then make it plain. And, you know, don't expect anything later on. But if you're friends and you go out and you have a good time and you go out to dinner and just kick it, then you're building something more than just a FB buddy. You know, and that's just it. You know, relationships don't last on sex alone because sex is sex and love is love. You can love that person without having sex with them, or you can just have sex with them and not love them. The sex might be just off the chain, and that's it. But a lot of people, they say that, you know, you catch feelings. No, this is just, we're just having sex because we talked about it and we said this is not going to go any further. It's not going any further than us just having sex. Okay, cool. And that's just it. You have to keep it that way. You know, but everybody can't do it. You know, you can't just have sex with a person and not touch their heart. And I told this to my son a few years ago. I said, you can't just make love to a woman and just expect her not to feel anything. I said, you're hitting her heart. You can't just say, okay, unless she's a prostitute. And prostitutes don't catch no feelings. It's part of the job. So if that's what you want, then make it plain that this ain't going any further than us having sex, and stick with it. 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. Same song, different artist. We Can Work It Out from the Beatles, and also from Stevie Wonder on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. It's your Dr. Al Greer saying hello once again to Cynthia Fortenberry Moore and my brother from another mother, Pierre Johnson, who used to sing with the group 21st Century. Yeah, that's how long we've been friends, a long time. It's your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. Here's Third World and Try Ja Love after you tried everything else. All depends on who you're with, who the two of you are included in the Lord and in the relationship. Well, I never dated my wife. If I did, it was 5 weeks, and then we married and well, sometimes it works like that. What's up, Pierre? I love you, brother. Sometimes it works like that. You just get an instant attraction to that person. And that's just it. Sometimes it works that way. Sometimes it just works out better that way. But everybody, yeah, exactly. Everybody doesn't have that chemistry where they hit it off right away. Sometimes, you have to work at it. Oh, yeah? Yeah, sometimes you have to work at it. And other times it just works itself out where you all are just compatible right away. Lord, send me someone that I am compatible with, someone who's going to love me for me and that I'm going to love for her. And sometimes it works out that way. Sometimes you don't have to date for, 6 weeks and pay attention to what Steve said, the 6-week rule or whatever that foolishness is. Sometimes you meet somebody and you just can't help it. It's like, ooh, you're so fine. You fine too. Well, let's do it. Okay. But it has to be, it has to be mutual. It has to be a mutual infatuation, or like Cynthia said, it's got to be chemistry. And some people, it works out that way. And I hate to put our business in the street, but Elo and I, when we first met, it was chemistry. We danced together like we had known each other for years. And soon we began to date. But we had chemistry. Of course, the common denominator that brought Elo and I together in the first place was Prince. Because we both, oh, it's cool. Yeah, Prince was the common denominator. We were both Prince fans. So we danced off of a Prince song. Storms will have to be dealt with. You're absolutely right, bro. But even though that type of relationship didn't work out, You know, as you can see, Elo's on my page now, and that was years ago. But I always treated her with respect, and that's it. It's always been, respect. So, she didn't have to put up with me after that, after she moved. She could have just, forgot about me, but she didn't, you know. When the sun comes out, I know that's right. But, you know, who knows? I might take a trip to, you know, to the Twin Cities. Cynthia said, I love that chemistry, but I learned that mine is dangerous to play with. Still have a lot of growing up to do. Yeah. I love you too, Pierre, my brother from another mother. But, once again, you might automatically you all click on all cylinders. It's like, where were you all this time? I truly adore you. It's like, it's like you were sent to me. You were made for me, and that's just it. Sometimes that person was made for you. You just had to find them. You just had to find that person. Sometimes it takes a long time before you actually meet that person. And that was it, you know. But yeah, you have to be able to take the good and the bad. But once again, like Cynthia said, it's about chemistry. You know, and that's it. It's about chemistry, and you both have to have it. You can be married to a person for years and not have any chemistry with them, but it's because you went to marriage counseling and everything else that you figured it was going to work out that way. And that's it. You keep bumping your head up against the wall and it just don't happen.
In your PC and on your radio. We are the talk of Chicago. 1690 AM. WVON Berwyn, Chicago. Black Information Network.
You messed up like other kids do.
You know.
Jeannie Mike Jenkins and me, Marcel Beauvais. The Real starts now. Welcome to The Real and happy Friday.
Mm-mm. Yep. I love his bass more. Okay. But once again, you have to have that chemistry or else it doesn't work. You've got to be compatible with that person or else it just doesn't work. It just doesn't. It it never, how can I say it? It once again, you can be with somebody and not have any chemistry, or you can meet somebody and you all gel right away, and you just are are together for the rest of your lives, like Pierre was saying. He didn't date his wife, and 25 years later they still together. But sometimes it happens that way. you know but no, John, you shouldn't have to work that hard. Either you're compatible with that person or you're not. Some people can um, be introduced to somebody, which to me, that's like almost an endorsement. When a woman introduces you to another woman, that's saying, this is a good guy. He really needs someone to be with. He needs, a real woman. He's a real man. So I'm introducing you to a real man because you're my friend and I know what you like and what you don't like. And I think this man will be perfect for you. And sometimes those work out. But you're right, John.
News affecting the Black community. Listen to the Black Information Network on the iHeartRadio app or log on to BINnews.com. I'm Jaleesa Chapman, along with Ray Harris, on your home for 24/7 news, the Black Information Network.
The Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON.
Now more than.
But no, you shouldn't have to work hard at a relationship. It should happen naturally. Once again, we're talking about chemistry. And that's the end of it.
Rights attorney and founder of
Sometimes a strong connection to another person has nothing to do with physical attraction or even sexual attraction. It's an unspoken bond. You're absolutely right. Bro, you couldn't have put it any better. It's an unspoken bond. And that's just sis, I'm sorry. I thought that was Pierre saying that. My bad. But anyway.
1690 WVON. Live from the
But yeah, sometimes you just have a powerful bond with that person. And it has nothing to do with sex or anything. It's just a bond.
All right, okay, you won. You made number one. It sounds so good, just like the swinger should. WVON.
Hey everybody, it's Loving the Audio Genius. He's playing the B-side. It's Dr. Al Greer on WVON.
Yep. We have a bond, even though, we do. I hear all the time, Steve Harvey say you can't be friends with a person of the opposite sex. And I disagree. You cannot not have friends who are, of the opposite sex. That is just totally ludicrous. Every man needs a female to tell them how to treat their female, if that makes any sense. You can be friends with someone of the opposite sex. I don't see why not. it makes sense. You can do it. It's, you know, it is what it is. You know, Elo and Marcus have been together for I don't know how long. But that's another story. But they gel with each other. So, you know, and that's just it. You know, females that I get along with that I don't have a relationship with, I call them sis. I know we can never go past being brother and sister, and that's it. That's just it. Some people are like that. You know, they are great friends, but you can't see yourself being with them, you know, in a relationship. And that's happened, you know, like for years. You know, Lady G and I have been friends, and that's just it. I don't think she wants to marry my ass because I just don't. You know, so that's just it. You know, you can be friends with someone from the opposite sex. You know, I don't see why not. But that's some Steve Harvey stuff. So, you know, he talks that stuff all the time. You know, um, 20 failed marriages, and now he's an authority on writing books and authority on relationships. The only one thing he got right was you got to put God first in anything that you do. That's anything. You have to put him first in all that you do. Otherwise, it all ain't going to work. It's not going to work. I can't see a friend after been lovers, so I'm listening and hearing you teach. Case in point, I was uh, after knowing this young lady for the longest. She would come to all the parties that I did at. This was back when Kenny's for Ribs had a um, location downtown. Well, they had a downstairs where they sold, you know, the food, and upstairs was like a banquet room. So, you know, I would DJ there with Richard Pegee on Fridays. And there was a young lady who used to come up there and she would watch me DJ and everything else. And finally, I got the nerve to ask her to go out with me or to come over my house. And it was a disaster. It was an absolute disaster because I was trying to, you know, and she wasn't feeling it. So we both basically laid there and laughed about it. I'm like, I waited all this time to get you in my bed and I can't make love to you. And we laughed about it. It was funny. And that was, 20 some years ago, maybe more. And Verdina and I, you know, saw each other a couple of Sundays ago. Her name is Verdina. And so we're talking. We're at the Steppers thing that they have at DuSable Museum. So Luther Gage, who's a Steppers DJ, it's like, you know who that is? That's Al Greer. She said, yeah, that's my brother. He was like, okay. But that's just it. That's the type of relationship we had. We never finished. We started, but we never finished making love. She said something to me and it was like, oh, and it threw me off, and that was it. We laid in the bed, butt ass naked, and nothing happened. We were just cool. And we've been friends ever since. That's just it. But that's the kind of bond that I had with her. It was a different bond than I'd had with anybody else. $16.90 WVON, the talk of Chicago. That is Ara. And are you single? Not as long as it's not Ara Kelly, but Ara. You know, there we go. It's the last hour of B-Sides Power here on 1690 WVON. Saying good morning to Lyle Shumpert, who checks us, just now checking us out on Facebook. I appreciate you. Better late than never. Here's the time, 777-9311, which was an actual phone number that belonged to Des Dickerson of the Revolution. Of course, he had to change the number, but I'm going to see if I can get that number in 773, you know. Here's the time on 1690 WVON. These are the B-sides. Good morning, Mr. Shumpert. But, you know, sometimes that's what it takes. You know, you have to, you know, step back sometimes and say, you know, we can be friends, but we can't be lovers. You know, and it's a whole different story. It's a different dynamic. You know, it's a totally different dynamic. Yeah. You know, once again, some people can, you know, can get along with each other. And it works out. They gel. And other people can't stand each other. But they stay in a marriage for the sake of the children. And that's just it. Al, you are still a smoker, and I seen you like my testimonial I posted about my addiction. Yeah. Yes, I'm still a smoker. But I'm not addicted to it. I don't let it rule me. I rule it. If that makes any sense. Yeah. But I don't have to wake up and have a blunt every morning. I just don't. You know, once again, I rule it. It doesn't rule me. You know, it doesn't dictate. It doesn't dictate to me. You know, because a lot of people have been, you know, addicted for years to drugs, and that's just it. They're weak-minded people. I've gone days without smoking. I've gone weeks without smoking. You know, I bought weed and didn't go pick it up. But that's just it. It doesn't rule me. I rule it. When I'm ready to do it, then I do it. It's just like drinking. It's the same way. When I'm ready to take a drink, then I got a whole bottle of Apple Crown Royal sitting by the bed. Have I touched it? No. I moved it over to grab the baby oil. I'll be right back. I'm back. This is my survival kit. It got everything in here. Don't ask me what I just took. Better to grow my hair back. I'm back. I can finally rule it. When I was on your radio station with Pastor Deb, I couldn't say that. All glory to God. Amen. Yeah. But that's just it. That's why they call it addiction. You're hooked on it. You can't, it dictates to you. It tells you what to do. It says, okay, it's the bottle says it's time to drink me now. It's like, oh no, it's not time to drink you yet. I say when I drink, I say when I smoke, I say when I snort. I will not be addicted to you. You will not dictate to me when I should smoke and when I should drink and whatever. So some people, it's like in moderation. Sometimes you can do it in moderation. Other people just can't do it, period. They can't because they're weak-minded. They can't leave it alone. Sometimes you just, and that's why you get so many people who are strung out. They're weak-minded. They are weak-minded, and that drug, that alcohol dictates to them. And some people leave it all the way alone, and some people, they do it in moderation. It's like everything. It's like eating. You don't sit at the table and eat until all the food is gone. It's in moderation. Everything is in moderation. And alcohol and drugs they are a spirit. That's what they call it. Spirits. You just have to be the stronger person. You have to be the stronger person. You have to, say when it's time and when it's not time. You rule it. It doesn't rule you. And once it starts ruling you, then yes, that's when it becomes an addiction. That's when it becomes something that, that is not good for you. And that's it. You know, you have to be ready to walk away from it if it's hurting you. If you're drinking and you're not hurting nobody, then fine, continue to drink. But when you're falling out and drunk and everything else, that's when it becomes a problem. Cornelius Brothers and Sister Rose on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago, with your Dr. Al Greer. Of course, in 1968, David Ruffin was booted out of the Temptations, and in came Dennis Edwards. Dennis, of course, took them for a few years. Dennis left the group, was replaced by Ollie Woodson. Ollie left the group, and they replaced him with Dennis Edwards, who came back to the group to sing the song Power. Yep. All in all, they have had more than 30 people who have been a temptation. From the time that they first got together as the Pirates or the Otis and the Siberians until now, there's been over 30 temptations, and they're still going strong. It's your Dr. Al Greer, flipping the 45s and playing the B-sides on one of their Grammy Award-winning songs. Here's Papa Was a Rolling Stone from the Tempting Temptations on 1690 WVON. Yeah. But yeah, like with with Deb, she'd been drinking since she was a kid, so she got used to the taste of the alcohol. She got used to it. It became a crutch for her. It became a cry for help. It made her feel better, and that was it. I mean, we all grew up with alcohol in our houses, but did we all drink it? No. And that's just it. Some people simply enjoy it for the pleasures of smoking the herb and the cigarettes, and drinking, and that's just it. As long as you're not hurting anyone, then fine. you know. But Cynthia, I hope that helps. I hope it helps. I'm I'm usually pretty transparent when it comes to stuff like this. And I let people know, hey, this is what I used to do. This is where I was in my life. And that's just it. You know, I had a sex addiction and didn't know it. I had to have sex, all the time. I'd be at work with a bat in my pocket because I wanted to have sex. I was having sex at work. It was so bad. Somebody would come visit me and I would take them in the bathroom and have sex with them in the bathroom. When I worked at Ameritech over on 86 and Cottage, not Cottage, but 86 and Stony, I would take women either in the bathroom, or we had like a, what did they call it? It was like a bay where they used to put in radios. The place used to be, one of those radio stores. You buy the radio in the front and you go in the garage and they put your radio in. Well, the garage had been empty and abandoned. So on the days that my boss was off, I was the boss because I was second in command. So I would, for lunch, I had sex. And that's how bad it was. I had to have sex. That's an addiction too. And it never occurred to me that I had a problem. I thought I was just being a horny man. I thought that was just a part of my makeup, a part of, no, it was an addiction. Because then I was reckless with it, and I would just come out the bathroom like, I don't care if y'all looking at me or not. Yeah, I just had sex with this girl, and I couldn't stop myself. So when I would get with a real woman, a real one that didn't want to have sex in the bathroom, I didn't know how to talk to her or didn't know how to deal with her. I'm like, what? You don't want to have sex with me? Come on now. I have sex with everybody and I'm good. But I had a sexual addiction. I couldn't get enough. Whether I was doing them or they were doing me, or I was just, messing with them, and that's just it. Mm. He was number 8. Mm. Wow. Mm. But yeah, it was, it was bad. I can't remember a time where I wasn't having sex after I turned 18. Before that, it was like I had never been with a woman. It wasn't until I was 18 and I was with the first woman that I had sex with, she had to do everything because I didn't know what to do. You know. I had no idea. She'd been doing it, a little bit longer than me, so that was it. But once again, once she, hey Phyllis, once she opened up Pandora's box for me, I was like, oh man, I want to do this all the time. But it was just a spirit, and it got into me. Mm-mm. And see, that's just it. That never occurred to me. We played Catch a Girl, Kiss a Girl. We played that around the house, but it never occurred to me to, you know, to have sex with the girl. It just didn't. I mean, as kids, yeah, we grinded on little girls and stuff. Well, they did, I didn't. But yeah, you're right, Lady G. We all had a wild side, but I was so into music that wasn't a priority. The music ruled over me. Don't get me wrong. I wanted to have sex with a little girl, trust me. But to me, it was always about the music. You know, even at 13, 14 years old, I was DJing. I hadn't had sex till I was 18. And I almost had it with this young lady at school. Almost. In the AV room. She was going to give it to me. She thought I was just so cute. But it just never happened. It just never happened. Almost. There was this older lady who was part of the TV studio. I just knew. Well, older meaning she was, a couple of classes ahead of me. But it just never happened. But yeah. But like I said, I wasn't thinking about having sex at 13 years old. It may have been in the back of my mind, but it wasn't. It wasn't a priority. Yep, it was not a priority. It wasn't something that I had to have. Yep. Yeah, Catholic school will do it to you because, and it's been my experience, Captain Daryl Owens. It's always been my experience, and I went to Catholic school too. We went for grammar school. I went to St. Ambrose, and for high school, I went to Mendel my freshman year. And it was the restrictions that we had that were so bad. The restrictions. As I call them, or the commandments. Thou shalt not this and thou shalt not that. So it was all of that kind of made most people not want to have sex, or to make them want to have sex more because of what they couldn't do. Those commandments were, right there in plain view. Thou shalt not this, thou shalt not that. So it didn't do anything but, like you said, Cynthia, it didn't do nothing but weaken our flesh even more. Why can't we do this? Why shouldn't we be allowed to do this? And that was just it. It just got worse and worse to the point where it was like, you had to do it just to see what it was like. You had to have sex because you were told not to. You grow up going to Catholic school, going to church. We went to Our Lady of Peace, and we went to I went to Haven of Rest. So it was like it was always, what thou shalt not this and thou shalt not that. So it made you want to have relations with someone. It was all taboo. It was, stuff that you were told that you could not. You cannot do this. You should not do this. So naturally, that's what you wanted to do because they told you couldn't. And then it got out of hand. It got out of, just like any spirit, it got into you and you couldn't control it. Once again, whether it be drugs, alcohol, sex. Yeah, of course it was. The day you got kissed at 14, you was ready to give it up. I know that's right. Tonight we flip the 45s and play the B-sides on The Temptations, where their big hit came with this one, written by Smokey Robinson. One night he was writing some music and they were at a concert, and he told David Ruffin, he said, David, I got this song for you. I need you to sing this song. And he said, okay, let me hear it. And Smokey started playing it on the piano. And this was their first million selling hits. My Girl from the Temptations on 1690. But you know, once you get a taste of it, it's like, you know, there's no going back. Yep. Once you get one kiss under your belt, you know, it's on. It's on from there. You know, it's like you just got to have it after that. You know. My drug was music. I loved listening to music, and that was it. I hadn't discovered girls yet, so everything was about music. Everything was about playing instruments and you know, reading album covers and getting all this knowledge about this music. That was it. That was it for me. Sex didn't come later until the age of 18. Yep, everything was always about, it was about music. And that's, you know, and sex never even occurred to me until I got older and I got that awakening. That first kiss and everything else. Yep. He was fine on top and had the softest lips. Uh-oh. Watch out there now. John Caldwell said I was 18 when I first experienced sex, and the woman was 34. Well, mine was a year older than me. That was it. But she had been having sex since she was 16. Me, I didn't discover her until we were in school together. And that was at Horace Mann. Not Horace Mann. That was at South Shore. And after that, yeah, I was like, okay, I'm ready to do this. And that's just it. Once I got started, I could not stop. I could not stop. It was like uh, an awakening. Something just woke up in my body and was like, okay, what they call this again? Sex? Yeah, I gotta have this all the time. And that's the way it was. And it became an addiction. It was like anywhere, anytime, let's do it now. One of my cousins had a photography studio up north, and I took my then girlfriend up there, and I was giving her a tour of the place, and I said, and this is the bathroom. And I closed the door, hiked her skirt up, and went to town. I'd had to. I was 18. I finally gave it up. I wish I had a V8 instead. But I had to have her right then and there. And that was it. And my cousin talked about me like a dog. He's like, "Man, you couldn't wait till you got home?" I said, "No." I wanted her right then and there. And I took it. Well, I didn't take it. She was a willing subject, but that's the way it was. I took her in that bathroom. I bent her over. I pulled that skirt up. And it wasn't no looking back. My cousin was like, "What you doing in there, cuz? Cuz, what you doing?" You don't want to know. Yep, I went to town. Her name was Alva. Mm-hmm. Yep. I pulled them little chubby legs apart before I even knew it. It was just, and my cousin just, "We got to go in the bathroom. We got to get in the bathroom." Like, I ain't through yet. I ain't through yet. Mm-mm. Yeah, I did. Yep, I could not wait to get home. I had to have her right then and there. And I did. Mm-mm. That's right. I blew the dust off of it. Like I said, I had no control. I was just out of control. Anywhere, anytime. No. Tastes like Father John. Oh my God. Be in trouble. The Temptations on 1690 WVON, the talk of Chicago. They did a lot of up-tempo songs and they did a lot of slow ballads. And this one of my favorites. This is the alternate version of Since I Lost My Baby. Ooh, y'all got me thinking about that girl, boy. I can't control myself. I was a virgin at 18 and a woman the next day. Mm-mm. A Catholic nun, and she said, "You taste like you taste like Father John." You, my friend, are a nut. Yes. Mm-mm. Of this love she left behind you. Oh, boom, boom, ba, boom, 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 boom. Whew. You will all got a tree, you're a nut. I was driving, so I could not text. Okay. Woo. Captain Darrell, I tell you. You, sir, are a nut. Tonight's the night. Describe your whole sexual experience from beginning to end. Tonight is the night that you make me a woman. Yep, I think that was everybody's, you know, first night song. I think that was everybody's first night song. Yep, I think tonight's the night was an anthem for a whole bunch of young ladies. Don't destroy our precious love. Woo, excuse me. I made it. It's almost 5 o'clock. Good Lord. Mm-mm. Hey, John, you don't have family in Syracuse? Syracuse. Okay. Mm-mm. Well, guys, it's been fun. Thank you so much for keeping me awake because obviously I didn't get enough sleep or I smoked too much weed this afternoon. Anyway, thank you so much. Before we get out of here, I appreciate you all. Um, we do it again at midnight, and of course on Wednesday from 9 until midnight on the bedtime stories. But once again, thank you, guys. I appreciate y'all. I really do. I really, really do. You too, Captain Owens. I tried. Pain desperately for rain. Outside. There you go. Meet you at the strip mall. It's going down. You know what? It's not enough hours. I mean, I could do a whole show with nothing but Temptation songs and still would not play every song that they made. I Wish It Would Rain. That's one of the last songs that David Ruffin did with the Temptations before he went solo. It's your Dr. Al Greer. Thank you so much for staying up with me. To Lady G, Cynthia Fortenberry Moore, Elo, Captain Daryl Owens, John Caldwell, Sheila Forrest, Annette Brown, thank you so much. She called in earlier. Thank you so much. Elo, I love you, sweetheart. And everybody else, thank you so much. If I forgot to say your name, charge it to my head and definitely not to my heart. The young lady that called earlier, she wanted to hear the Temptations. She said that song was played for her by her mother that helped her to go to sleep. I know that's right. Once again, I thank you all for staying up with me. Everybody that's listening on the iHeartRadio app, everybody who's listening on the old-fashioned radio, 1690 WVON, and of course, those that join me on Facebook. I really appreciate you. To all my B-siders, my M-squatters, my third shifters, and of course, my dusty insomniacs who hold me down each and every night as I flip the 45s and play the B-sides right here on 1690 WVON. We do it again tonight here at midnight with more B-sides, a couple of A-sides, some C-sides, and some album cuts as well. Right here on the Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON. Black Information News is next, followed by the all-new morning show with Rufus Williams right here on 1690 WVON. Till next time, blue skies, green lights, and peace. Good night, Susan. Nurse Susan, I'm sorry. What'd you say? Facebook is in jail. Mm-mm. Yes, I did. I talked the whole night. Yes, I did. The entire night. I talked the whole night. I can't believe it either. I guess that's that nervous energy or just plain tired that I had to talk the whole night. But thank you guys for staying up with me. I appreciate you all so much. Just pray for me as I always pray for you guys. All right. Till next time. Peace. And I'm out.